The House will come to order. Please join Representative Amable in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Shee will please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Bacon, Baisley, Benavides. Rep Benavides. Rep Benavides is excused. Burnett. Byrd. Bockenfeld. Bockenfeld's excused. Basenecker. Bradfield. Caraveo. Carver. Catlin. Cutter. Doherty. Duran. Esgar. Exum. Froelich. Geithner. Gonzalez Gutierrez. Gray.
Here.
Hanks. Herod. Representative Herod. Rep. Herod's excused. Holtorf. Hooton. Judah is here. Kennedy. Kipp. Larson. Lindsay. Lantine. Luck. Representative Luck. Luck is excused. Lynch. Representative Lynch. Oh. McCluskey. McCormick. McCormick's here. McKean.
Less than one day.
McLaughlin. Michelson Janae. Mullica.
Here.
Neville. Ortiz. Pelton. Pico. Ransom. Rich. Ricks.
Here.
Roberts. Sandridge.
Here.
Sirota. Snyder. Soper. Sullivan. Tipper. Representative Tipper. Yep. Tipper's excused. Titone. Valdez A. Valdez A is on the wall. Valdez D. Van Beber. Van Winkle. Weissman. Will. Williams. Woodrow. Woog. Young. And Mr. Speaker.
$63 present and 2 excused. Members, we have a quorum. Representative Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right, you guys have got one last chance to get this right. I move the Journal of Tuesday, May 10th, 2022, be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
All right, Representative Amable. Members, the motion before us is to approve the journal as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. Wow, that's beautiful. All those opposed, no. Oh. Sounds like the noes have it, but the ayes actually have it and the motion's approved. Announcements and introductions. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have a few announcements. First of all, happy Sine Die. I brought you all champagne. Please leave the bottles on, the tops on until we're done. Thank you. Also, you should have received on your desk as well, these are your annual state fair tickets. Again, they have given them to all of you. I ask that if you know for a fact you will not use them, please just bring them to my desk, because I could either turn them back in or find folks in my community who could actually utilize a free ticket to the fair. So state fair tickets are on your desk. And finally, last but not least, I've been asked to remind you all, please fill out your orange forms that were on your desk as well. We need to have those completed today. This is about the statutes. It just helps our staff be organized to figure out what it is exactly that all of us crazy legislators want done with our stuff. So please fill this out and leave it on your desk. Thank you.
Representative Michelson Janae.
Members, I can't really talk very loud, so if you could listen for a second. I just wanted to say the yo-yos on the table are from me, and they are a gift about the time that we've spent together, the ups and the downs, and also I hope that you'll have a lot of fun today while we're doing the things that we have to do. If you need a yo-yo lesson, please see me. I'm in seat 32.
And I just want to recognize former Representative and Senator Penn Tate is here. Representative Larson.
Perfect. Thank you, members, and it's a little strange. I have a proclamation from the first floor, and I apologize for coming down and sign a die. But this is for Colorado Fitness Month, which is actually something that I've bizarrely ended up getting close to largely through my aide, Tommy Jost, who you may have seen around the Capitol. His parents are the master franchise holder for Planet Fitness, and during COVID, we worked pretty diligently with the governor's office to get workable rules so that gyms and other fitness-oriented companies could remain open and in business in the state. It really was quite a big deal, and as part of that work, the governor has proclaimed May 2020 as Colorado Fitness Month. There is an entire proclamation here, and since I can't get Mr. Schiebel to read it since it's a first floor thing, I'm going to spare you the entire thing, but I'm just going to read you the first line. And it just says, proclamation, whereas exercise recreational activities can increase Coloradans' physical health and ability to prevent a variety of diseases, including obesity, diabetes, stroke, heart disease, and then there's several other whereases, and I'll skip to the bottom. Therefore, I, Jared Polis, Governor of the State of Colorado, do hereby proclaim May 2022 as Colorado Fitness Month. So when we are out of here, I think, I certainly will hopefully get back into a fitness routine, but do go to your local fitness, either your gym or fitness-oriented business, give them some appreciation. It's been a rough 2 years, and celebrate Colorado Fitness Month. Thank you.
Members, are there any other announcements? If not, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Members, we have just a little bit of business we need to clear up, so I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Joint Resolution 1025. It's on page 7 of your calendar.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order to House Joint Resolution 1025. And Mr. Schiebel, please read the title. Oh. Okay, Mr. Schiebel.
House Joint Resolution 1025 by Representatives Esgar and McKean, also Senators Fenberg and Gardner, concerning the designation of the convening date for the first regular session of the 24th General Assembly and the addition of a joint rule establishing deadlines that apply to the Senate and House of Representatives for the session based on a convening date.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. We move House Joint Resolution 1025
Oh,
and ask that it not be read at length.
okay, let's not read it at length and go to the resolution. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, not to be a downer on the last day of session, but this is the resolution that puts into effect the start date for next session, which will be Monday, January 9th, 2023. And if you want to take a look at the actual resolution that's in your binders, it has all of the dates accordingly for deadlines. So you can start thinking about all the work you didn't get done this session and be ready for next session.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Even though you sighed my name, I think I can still say that
You know, it had nothing to do with you.
that it is an honor to serve with you here.
Honor to serve with you too.
Folks, so it's Monday, January 9th that we come back and we do this. And you know why? Because we need to convene before we do all the other stuff we got to do, because this is in every fourth year. And so we got to go down and do stuff on the first floor later on that week. So it's Monday, January 9th. And none of you want to know this right now because this is the House. And so, you know, like the Senate, you have half the people who care and half the people who don't. But in this instance, you all don't care because we don't know if we're coming back. We don't. The voters get to say that. So anyway, so that's it. Monday, January 9th. That's really the whole thing. Everything follows from that, right?
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Minority Leader, some of us know we're not coming back.
A little extra lilt in that voice.
Yeah. Anyway, we ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion on House Joint Resolution 1025? Seeing none, is there objection to a voice vote? Okay. You withdraw. Is there a legit objection? One more time. Just, we don't want to screw this up. Is there objection to a voice vote? Seeing none. Seeing none. The question before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1025. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Joint Resolution 1025 is adopted. Minority Leader McKean.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that the morning's roll call be added as co-sponsors.
There is objection, and I object to that. Unless I'm already a co-sponsor. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine for co-sponsors. I could walk down into the well and do that. Please close the machine. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And since we were on such a roll late last night, I'm going to move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House bills beginning on page 7.
See no objection, will proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House bills. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1314.
House Bill 1314 by Representatives Ricks and Hooten, also Senators Gonzalez and Sonnenberg, concerning the rights of a person with ownership interest in a vehicle that has been towed from private property without the person's consent and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Hooten.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 1314.
That is a proper motion. Any further discussion?
No, sir.
Yes.
Representative Ricks.
Yes. So in the Senate, what we did was to add that the vehicle owner could pay up to 15% of the amount owed, not to exceed $60, and to sign a form that they were liable for the debt. We also clarified that within the first 24 hours, the storage fee could be prorated. And we made a few other technical amendments to the bill to make sure that everything lined up. And we ask for your yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1314. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative Mollica, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Mollica votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 aye votes, 20 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1314 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1314 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1314 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative Mollica, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Mollica votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1314 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1345.
House Bill 1345 by Representatives Cutter and Bradfield, also Senators Gonzalez and Lee, concerning measures to increase protections from perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl chemicals.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move to concur with the Senate amendments for House Bill 1345.
That is a proper motion. Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the amendments were a few things: technical cleanups, and it adds more time for industry to phase out certain PFAs used in aerosol propellants, expanded exemptions for outdoor furniture, and clarification on some packaging for FDA devices. And we ask for your yes vote. I vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1345. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Please close the machine. With 50 aye votes, 15 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1345 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1345 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1345 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye votes, 19 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion, House Bill 1345 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1346.
House Bill 1346 by Representatives Duran and Mullica, also Senator Danielson, concerning state requirements applicable to certain licensed construction professionals and in connection therewith, requiring the State Electrical Board and the State Plumbing Board to direct enforcement of state licensing and supervisor to apprentice ratio requirements, specifying who is authorized to appeal for electric and plumbing permits and making an appropriation.
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with. No, I got a little choked up. I'm a little emotional. It's an honor to serve with you too, Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill 1346.
Is the proper motion. Any further discussion? Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in the Senate, the amendments they made, one was a technical one, and the other one was lowering the appropriation, so we asked for a yes vote.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1346. Mr. Sheehy will please open the machine, and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sandridge votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Hey, Pelton, Holtorf, Pelton and Holtorf, why don't you guys come down and you can announce who's up there? Sullivan. Please close the machine. Let's do this motion next. Let me get off this bill and then we'll recognize you. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1346 as amended.
I didn't. With I just needed to announce the last one with 52 aye votes, 13 no votes, and 0 excused. The motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1346 is adopted. Do you mind remaking that motion, Majority Leader Escar? Sorry.
Totally fine. It's Holtorf's fault. I know. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1346 as amended.
The motion before us is to repassage of House Bill 1346 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Sheehy will please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes.
I'll go first, you go second. School. We got things all.
Sandridge, I just want to double check you're a no.
What are we doing now?
Right, I'm a no.
Great. It's a Representative Sanders is no. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 1 excused, House Bill 1346 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. We'll do a quick announcement and interjection. Representative Pelton and Representative Holtorf. Representative Holtorf.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you too, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's an old saying, they save the best for last. And I want you to know that we have the powerhouse, Otis Bulldogs from Otis High School, in the gallery. These eastern rural Colorado kids have come to see the wheels of progress at the state capitol. And my good friend, and many good friends up there, but Landon Shafford, who is one of their teachers and is so dedicated to civics and history in his school. We're so glad to have them. I want to thank them for coming.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good to see you guys here. Otis isn't in my district, but I've come to know Landon over the last 4 years. An outstanding young man, excels at everything he does, very motivational. For those that don't know, he's legally blind, but that does not slow him down one single bit. And it's a true honor to know him. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that we sine die.
I didn't do that. I'll withdraw the motion.
I think Pelton has to withdraw it. You do have to, do you mind withdrawing it? We were real close. We're real close.
Withdraw it, come on.
Representative Pelton.
With deep regret, I rescind that motion.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Pelton. I did let you come down and introduce your guests and everything. Man, I learned my lesson. You guys waved at someone in the gallery, and I'm feeling generous, and then you moved to Cine DA. Okay. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1362.
House Bill 1362 by Representatives Burnett and Valdez, also Senators Hansen and Winter, concerning the reduction of building greenhouse gas emissions and in connection therewith, requiring the Director of the Colorado Energy Office and the Executive Director of the Department of Local Affairs to appoint an energy code board that develops 2 model codes, requiring local governments and certain state agencies to adopt and enforce codes that are consistent with the model codes developed by the Energy Code Board, creating the Building Electrification for Public Buildings Grant Program, creating the High Efficiency Electric Heating and Appliance Grant Program, and establishing the Clean Air Building Investment Funds.
Representative A. Valdez.
Mr. Speaker, it has been an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you too, Representative A. Valdez.
And I move that the House concur with Senate amendments.
That's a proper motion. Representative Burnett. Representative Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you. The bill is a strike below simply for readability, and I want to specifically thank the home builders in Colorado Municipal League for their hard work in finding a path forward. It creates an energy code board made up of diverse stakeholders who will select and develop the codes. I ask for an aye vote.
It's a proper motion. See no further discussion. The question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1362. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. And Representative Harrod is present. Please close machine. With 43 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1362 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1362 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1362 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1362 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1380.
House Bill 1380 by Representatives Gonzalez, Gutierrez, and Pelton, also Senators Bridges and Quorum, concerning creating comprehensive statewide systems to provide improved access to critical program services that support low-income households and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's tempting to have my earlier motion again, but I guess I won't. So I move that we concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1380.
That is a proper motion. Assistant Majority Leader.
See, what had happened was is that the Senate worked with the counties to continue to address the issues around the work management systems. I ask for an aye on the concurrence.
Wonderful. The question before us is the adoption of the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1364. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sandridge votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Please close machine. With 48 aye votes, 17 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1380 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1380 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1380 as amended. Mr. Sheep will please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Please close the machine. With 47 aye votes, 18 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1380 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1392.
House Bill 1392 by Representatives Byrd and Lindsay, also Senator Moreno, concerning the extension of state tax incentives affecting the use of real property to promote community development and in connection therewith, extending the contaminated land, state income tax credit, and property tax exemption for affordable housing projects and making an appropriation.
Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur with the Senate amendments.
That's a proper motion. Any further discussion, Representative Byrd?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is an honor to serve with you.
Honored to serve with you too, Representative Byrd.
Members, the Senate reduced the amount that is appropriated to CDPHE for use by the Hazardous Waste Management Division. They took that appropriation down from $20,000 to $10,000, so they're saving us money. We ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1392. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sandridge votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Lindsay. Please close the machine. With 60 aye votes, 5 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1392 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1392 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1392 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Please close the machine. With 50 aye votes, 15 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1392 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1394.
House Bill 1394 by Representatives Esgar and Roberts, also Senators Winter and Donovan, concerning funding for just transition programs to assist communities with economic transitions and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move that the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1394.
Any further discussion? Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you. It's very simple, members. In the Senate, they added a section to require a presentation of a report to the JVC to provide accountability for how the dollars appropriated in this bill are actually spent. We think it's a good amendment. We ask for your support.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1394. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sandridge votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes.
Thinking about it.
I know that's hard, but...
Fine.
Please close the machine. With 63 aye votes, 2 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 13, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1394 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1394 as amended with a favorable recommendation.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1394 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Please close the machine. With 54 aye votes, 11 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1394 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1409.
House Bill 1409 by Representatives Harrod and Titone, also Senators Coleman and Heisey, concerning additional funding for the Community Revitalization Grant Program.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we concur with the Senate amendments to the House bill.
That's a proper motion. Any further discussion? Representative Titone.
Well, the Senate took some money away from us, but we still ask for a yes vote.
See no further discussion. The question before us, Representative Harrod.
To clarify, they didn't actually reduce the appropriation. They actually used a different source to fund the bill, and also put some guardrails on to ensure that it was spent in a way that was appropriate. I don't typically come down here and ask for concurrence. Actually, I don't think hardly ever. I won't say it's my first time, but today they did good things. I asked for concurrence.
See no further discussion. The motion before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1409. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge.
Yes.
Representative Sandridge votes yes. All right. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote? Representative Ricks, you probably couldn't hear me. Representative Ricks, how do you vote? Representative Ricks, how do you vote? Representative Ricks is, Representative Ricks? Representative Ricks is excused. Please close the machine. With 46 aye votes, 18 no votes, and 1 excuse, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1409 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1409 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1409 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Briggs, how do you vote? Waldorf. Please close the machine. With 44 aye votes, 20 no votes, and 1 excuse, House Bill 1409I is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors.
Again.
Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1370.
House Bill 1370 by Representatives Judah and Sirota, also Senators Winter and Buckner, concerning coverage requirements for healthcare products and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Judah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I think the Senate thought that they knew better, but we'll allow it. And we appreciate our Senate sponsors doing the best they could. We just want to get the bill passed, help a lot of people. But we move to concur.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, what they did is they added a little extra clarification about the step therapy exception and reduced the appropriation by about $92,000.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1370. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sandridge votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative Tipper, if you could deliver one of those up here, that'd be great. Representative A. Valdez, please close the machine. With 46 aye votes, 19 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1370 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar. First picture I've ever seen on the motion to concur.
Yeah, that was the concurrence picture.
It's a big deal. It's a big deal. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what he means to say is this may be the picture you want, Representative Judah. We move for the repassage of House Bill 1370 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1370 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1370 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1259.
House Bill 1259 by Representatives Duran and Judah, also Senator Moreno, concerning modifications to the Colorado Works program and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Judah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first time I stood in the well, I said it was an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I know, you guys. So it's my last time in the well this session, and I had to say it. I'll try and keep it brief. I'm going to be the example for everyone else. The House moved to concur with the Senate for House Bill 1259.
It's a proper motion. Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it has been an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you too, Duran.
So the Senate made a few amendments, and I'll just go through them really quickly. They added language to address the county request to monitor local reserves. They delayed the rulemaking components for work waivers and program extensions. They also shifted some ARPA dollars to subsidize employment to the bill to support the other parts of the bill. And then it also put in some clarifying language that gives the legislature greater authority to determine future funding. And I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1259. Mr. Shebo, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 aye votes, 21 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1259 is adopted. Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1259 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1259 as amended. Mr. Shebo, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1259 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Mr. Shebo, please close the machine. Please read the title of House Bill 1001.
House Bill 1001 by Representatives Cutter and Sullivan, also Senators Pedersen and Kolker, concerning a transfer from the general fund to the Department of State cash fund to allow the Department of State to reduce business-related fees for state fiscal year 2022-23.
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you too, Representative Cutter.
We move to concur with the Senate changes to House Bill 1001.
That's a proper
Sadly.
motion.
And we are just doing this. They eliminated one category of fee reductions. This is reduced business filing fees. So we ask for your support.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1001. Mr. Shebo, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 aye votes, 20 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1001 is adopted. Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1001 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1001 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebo, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Please close machine. With 48 aye votes, 17 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1001 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1026.
House Bill 1026 by Representatives Byrd and Woog, also Senators Hansen and Liston, concerning the replacement of the income tax deduction for amounts spent by an employer to provide alternative transportation options to employees with an income tax credit for amounts spent by an employer for that purpose and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
You want to move it?
Representative Woog.
What am I moving?
Oh.
You move it.
Representative Byrd.
Smile.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we move to concur with Senate amendments.
That's a proper motion. Any further discussion? Representative Byrd.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the Senate added a requirement that alternative transportation options that qualify for the tax credits be offered to all of the employer's employees, and that all of those employees must live within the state of Colorado. The second change that was made was to notify the Department of Revenue of the employer's plan before they can qualify to get this income tax credit. They need to notify Department of Revenue of their plan for notifying the employees of the availability of the transportation options and how the employer will encourage those employees to take advantage of other ways to get to work. We ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1026. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Please close the machine. With 47 aye votes, 18 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1026 is adopted. Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1026 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1026 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Please close the machine. With 47 aye votes, 18 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1026 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1107.
House Bill 1107 by Representatives Young and Bradfield, also Senators Cook and Bridges, concerning measures related to creating higher education opportunities for persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is the first time I have ever come down to the well and have said this. It's been an honor to work with you this year.
Honored to work with you too, Representative Bradfield.
Mr. Speaker, we move to concur with the Senate amendments for House Bill 1107.
That's a proper motion. Representative Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What these amendments do is eliminates the Inclusive Higher Education Cash Fund and appropriates $450,000 annually to the Higher Education Department for Inclusive Higher Education grants. I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1107. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Please close the machine. With 59 aye votes, 6 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1107 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1107 as amended.
Question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1107 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Please close the machine. With 56 aye votes, 9 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1107 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1132.
House Bill 1132 by Representatives Holtorf and Exum, also Senator Liston, concerning the provision of wildfire mitigation services and in connection therewith regulating controlled burns on private property.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It will come as no surprise to the chamber that we move to concur with Senate amendments.
Okay, that's a proper motion. Any further discussion? Representative Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate made 2 amendments. One was just a minor technical amendment. The other was clarifying an amendment to more accurately define within the bill what a controlled burn is, so we know what kinds of controlled burns need to be reported to local fire departments before they can be done. And we ask for a yes vote.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1132. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Please close the machine. With 52 aye votes, 13 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1132 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1132 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1132 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Please close the machine. With 57 aye votes, 8 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1132 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1274.
House Bill 1274 by Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Larson, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning the continuation of the Colorado Interagency Working Group on School Safety and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Michelson, Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is such an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, Representative Michelson, Janae.
We move to concur with Senate amendments.
It's a proper motion.
In the Senate, they reduced our appropriation, but we still have this interagency school working group on school safety, which I think is critical to the future of our state.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I feel bad making Representative Michelson Janae speak, but yes. No, but yes, I move to concur.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1274. Mr. Shebo, please open the machine. And members, please vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sandridge votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Please close the machine. 64 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 1 excuse. The motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1274 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1274 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1274 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebo, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 aye votes, 4 no votes, and 0 excuse, House Bill 1274 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 1400.
House Bill 1400 by Representatives McCluskey and Tipper, also Senator Moreno, concerning matters related to a procedural requirement for state enterprises.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, to Representative McCluskey.
I move to concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 1400.
Proper motion.
The amendments in the Senate clarified the overlapping geographic service areas for our IHEs, higher ed institutions, and clarified the calculations and oversight for revenue fees and surcharges. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Also my probably last time in the well, penultimate. So just wanted to say to all of you as well, it's been an honor, and I think you can all be proud of how hard you all work for your districts. I know that we don't always get it right, but we try. And I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1400. Mr. Shebo, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sandridge votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Please close the machine. With 51 aye votes, 14 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1400 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1400 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1400. Mr. Shebo, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye votes, 19 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1400 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1412.
House Bill 1412 by Representatives Garnett and Van Winkle, also Senator Cook, concerning the continuation of the Division of Gaming in the Department of Revenue and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2021 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Representative Van Winkle.
Boy, that board looks good. Speaker Van Winkle. I might take a picture of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move. It never happened. Dreams. I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill 1412.
That's a proper motion. Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under House Rule 7C11, I request that we refer this to the committee. It's an interim committee on gaming affairs. As a substitute motion.
I'm going to have to put us in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is no 7C11 rule. I made that up as well as the committee, so I withdraw that motion.
Very good. Well, it got me to put us into recess. Pretty good. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1412. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Matt also pulled out his rule book and started thumbing through it real quickly. Oh my gosh. I was like, please vote, everybody. Representative Sanders, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sanders votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 59 aye votes, 6 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1412 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1412 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1412 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sanders, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sanders votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 56 aye votes, 9 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1412 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1358.
House Bill 1358 by Representative Sirota, also Senators Winter and Fields, concerning measures to eliminate the presence of lead in the drinking water of certain facilities where children are present and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur with Senate amendments. They actually added a phase 2 to the program so that once the first phase is complete with our schools serving preschool through 5th grade and our child care centers, if there are sufficient funds, then we will be able to complete lead testing and remediation for our middle schools. And I ask for your aye vote.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1358. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sanders, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sanders votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 aye votes, 21 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate Bill 1358 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1358 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1358 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 aye votes, 21 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1358 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. The House will stand in a brief recess.
The House will come back to order just for a very short period. I have to make an announcement. The Senate did not concur in House amendments and has requested a conference committee be appointed on Senate Bill 009. House conferees are myself, Representative Benavides, Representative Alex Valdez, and Representative Andres Pico. And we're going to meet in 10 minutes in room 354. And I'm the chair, the House chair. Thank you. And we will, Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Members, the Conference Committee for School Finance will meet at 11:15 in Senate Committee Room 354.
Same as ours. Same as ours, but it'll be fast. Any other announcements before I gavel us back into recess? Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
You've heard the motion. See no objection. The House will stand in recess until later today.
The House will come back to order. I just want to make a quick announcement that we will get started in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. So if people could send out messages and pull people out of the sunshine. We're going to shut all the windows and the blinds, get back to work. Thanks. The House will be in a brief recess. House will come to order. Mr. Shebel, Conference Committee reports.
To the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, your first conference committee appointed on Senate Bill 9 concerning catalytic converters and in connection therewith enacting measures to address the theft of catalytic converters has met and reports that it has agreed upon the following.
Sorry. Conference Committee report, please be printed in the journal. Message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has
Message
passed
from
on
the
third
Senate
reading.
will be buried deep in the journal. Message from the reviser.
We herewith transmit without comment as
Message
amended.
from the reviser will be printed in the journal. The House will stand in a very brief recess. Mr. Shebel, please read the Conference Committee report. Oh, yeah, sorry. The House will come back to order. Please read the Conference Committee report.
To the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, your first conference committee appointed to House Bill 1390 concerning the financing of public schools and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Conference Committee report will be printed in the journal. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for immediate consideration of Senate concurrences on House bills.
Senate amendments to House bills. Members, we received some from the Senate, so seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House bills. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1244.
House Bill 1244 by Representatives Kennedy and Gonzalez Gutierrez, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning measures to increase public protection from toxic air contaminants and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 1244.
That's a proper motion.
Of 1244? Okay. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I move for the immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House Bill 1244.
Okay. That is a proper motion. Seeing no objection, there will be immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House Bill 1244. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 1244.
That's a proper motion. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that members remove their sunglasses in the chamber. And I'm just kidding. On 1244, the Senate added a couple amendments to clarify our definitions of maximum achievable reductions to make sure it was clear how the department was to enforce this policy. We ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. The question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1244. Mr. Shee will please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Majority Leader Escar.
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Sandridge.
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray.
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Exlin is excused. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 1 excuse, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1244 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1244 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1244 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shee will please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 1 excused, House Bill 1244 is repassed as amended. Assistant Majority Leader. Oh, it's co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just want to give everyone a heads up before we continue with these concurrences. Here's the bills that we have on the list, and we'll have to move for immediate consideration of each one. But it's House Bill 1348, 1355, 1376, 1381, and 1411. I just wanted to give folks a heads up. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move for the immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House Bill 1348.
Seeing no objection, we will have immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House Bill 1348. Mr. Shee will please read the title of the House Bill 1348.
House Bill 1348 by Representatives Froelich and Caraveo, also Senator Winter, concerning enhanced oversight of the chemicals used in oil and gas production and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you too, Representative Caraveo.
And I guess this will be my last motion, so I move that the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1348.
Representative Froelich.
In olden days, upon concurrence, poems were written, poems were shared, rhymes were laid down, rhymes were compared. But now these days we're in a rush and much more bitter. I'm saying, slow down for a sec. Don't be a quitter. This may be an opportunity to make the speaker verklempt. Sorry, not sorry. You are not exempt. Ask for a concurrence yes vote.
I need to be in a brief recess to unpack all that. The motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1348. See no further discussion. Mr. Shee will please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1348 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1348 as amended.
Motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1348 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sanders, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sanders votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1348 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please, Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House Bill 1355.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed. We'll have immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House Bill 1355. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1355.
House Bill 1355 by Representative Cutter, also Senators Priola and Gonzalez, concerning the creation of the Producer Responsibility Program for statewide recycling and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House concurs with Senate amendments to House Bill 1355. What these amendments do is basically increase the transparency of the program, ensure good governance by putting on capping administrative fees at 5%, and including some legislative oversight. So there were some good things, and I ask for your aye vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1355. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sanders, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sanders votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1355 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1355 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1355 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sanders, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sanders votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. I'm distracted. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 25 no votes, and 0 excuse, House Bill 1355 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House Bill 1376.
We will proceed to immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House Bill 1376. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1376.
House Bill 1376 by Representatives Harridan Young, also Senators Priola and Winter, concerning supportive learning environments for K-12 students and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Young.
I'll move it, and you can move it. You're right. Go ahead. Mr. Chair, it has been an honor to serve with you.
Thank you, Representative Young. It's been an honor to serve with you.
I move that we concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill 1376.
It's a proper motion. Any further discussion? Representative Harridan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you too, Representative Harridan.
The Senate took out some money, saving Coloradans money. We're okay with it, I guess. And they also made some conforming amendments. I do ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1376. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sanders, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sanders votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Sanders, how do you vote?
He gets 2?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. No again.
No, that's unfair. I'm going to turn my phone over. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1376 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1376 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1376 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sanders, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sanders votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 0 excuse, House Bill 1376 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1381. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House Bill 1381.
Seeing no objection, there will be immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House Bill 1381. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1381.
House Bill 1381 by Representatives Titona McKean, also Senators Winter and Woodward, concerning the creation of a geothermal energy grant program to facilitate the development of geothermal energy resources.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So they took money away, right? All right. I move that we adhere to our position and reject the Senate amendments to this House bill. No, that's not? You don't want to do that? It's time somebody stood up for us, the House. And I'm just saying, if we say no, we don't want your amendments, what's the worst that can happen?
We run out of money? We run out of money?
Money that we didn't have like 10 minutes ago. That's all I'm saying. What's the worst that can possibly happen to this?
We don't get anything? Yeah, that.
Would you like me to withdraw my motion? I don't really want to. I really think this is a good one, but I will for you, I will withdraw my motion.
It has been properly withdrawn. Representative Titone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you too, Representative
I
Tom.
move that we concur in the Senate amendments.
Can we form a conference committee?
No.
Okay.
They took the money away. Ask for a
All right.
yes vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1381. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes.
Tony.
Please close the machine. With 52 aye votes, 13 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1381 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1381 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1381 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sanders, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sanders votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 59 aye votes, 6 no votes, and... Touche. No, it's a good move. 58 aye votes, 7 no votes, and 0 excuse. House Bill 1381 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Representative Sanders, how do you vote? Oh, we're on co-sponsors. Yeah, do you want a co-sponsor? I guess is what I should have asked. Okay. Please close the machine. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House Bill 1411.
We will proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House Bill 1411. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1411.
House Bill 1411 by Representatives McCluskey and Harrod, also Senator Moreno, concerning measures to ensure the state's compliance with the requirements related to the federal coronavirus state fiscal recovery fund created in the Federal American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1411.
It's a proper motion.
Members, we transferred ARPA money from the Economic Recovery and Relief Cash Fund to other ARPA cash funds to ensure that our revenue was covering the bills that have now moved through our process. There was also a modification to the substitution of amounts related to the Housing Development Grant Fund. We changed the manner in which general fund was substituted for ARPA dollars, clarifying some guidance that we've received from the Treasury. We also modified the funding source for House Bill 1409 and provided money for additional public health expenses that we are anticipating from COVID-19. I ask for an aye vote.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1411. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 0 excuse, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1411 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you, to have served with you.
Honor to serve with you too, Assistant Majority Leader.
I move for the repassage of House Bill 1411 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1411 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1411 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. The House will be in a brief recess. House will come back to order. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of third readings of bills.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of third reading of bills. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 180.
Senate Bill 180 by Senators Winter and Hendrickson, also Representatives Gray and Bacon, concerning programs to reduce ground level ozone through increased use of transit.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the passage, I move for Senate Bill 180 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 180 on third reading, final passage. All right, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 180 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Geithner is excused. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 180 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 182.
Senate Bill 182 by Senators Hansen and Quorum, also Representatives Doherty and Young, concerning measures to address economic mobility for Coloradans and in connection therewith, creating the Economic Mobility Program within the Department of Public Health and Environment, authorizing the Department of Higher Education to contract for the use of an online platform to assist students with accessing public benefits and making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 182 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 182 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 182 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 230.
Senate Bill 2...
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay over Senate Bill 230. One bill for now.
Seeing no objection, we'll move to lay over Senate Bill 230, one bill. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 235.
Senate Bill 235 by Senators Rankin and Zenzinger, also Representatives Harrod and McCluskey, concerning county administration of public assistance programs and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 235 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 235 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sanders, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sanders votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. 46 aye votes, 19 no votes, and 0 excuse. Senate Bill 235 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 230.
Senate Bill 230 by Senators Fenberg and Moreno, also Representative Esgar, concerning the expansion of county employees' rights to collective bargaining and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 230 on third reading, final passage.
That is a proper motion. Is there any further discussion? Yep, Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask permission to run a third reading amendment.
Okay, that is a proper motion. Sure, we're going to put it up on the screen. Is there any further discussion on this motion? Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this amendment does is exempts counties 7,500 population or less, which is all frontier counties. And these counties really struggle to make their budgets work, and any extra expense to them would just be very detrimental. So I'd ask for a yes vote. Oh, we're just asking for permission?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Please vote for permission.
Is there any further discussion on this motion? Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a yes vote on permission.
The question before us is the motion for permission not for a third reading amendment on Senate Bill 230. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sanders, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sanders votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 aye votes, 4 no votes, and 0 excused, permission is granted to offer a third reading amendment on Senate Bill 230. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I explained earlier, this would exempt pretty well all the frontier counties, and I'd ask for a yes vote.
Can you move it, Representative Pelton?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Amendment L572 and ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to my colleague from Cheyenne County for bringing this important amendment. Out in these frontier counties, which I have in my district, people don't understand how hard it is for county governance to govern. So this particular amendment is so important to counties like Kiowa County and others in my district. So I strongly encourage everybody to vote yes on this, to send that message that we want to close the rural-urban divide. We want to help our most desperate rural counties out on the edge of our state. Because that's the message you send, and we don't send it often enough.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I actually want to very much thank the Majority Leader for recommending permission for this amendment. You know that we have been debating this bill, and there are clearly some counties in our state that are frankly afraid of what this bill will do to them. And I really appreciate the Majority Leader for letting us have this discussion to expand the size of the counties that will not have to abide by this bill. We're just adding a few more by L572. That's an awful lot of amendments, folks, that we've offered on this bill. As you know, there have been many, many communications, I think to all of us, but I know to my side of the aisle, that where counties have contacted us and say, please, please do not let this bill pass. That being said, majorities matter. I understand what numbers mean. We can all add and subtract, but to let this amendment go through where we would just expand a little bit more to where the frontier counties will not have to, have this cost increasing bill imposed upon them would be very, very helpful to our small counties. We have talked about that over and over again. I've been here 8 years. We've talked about it a lot in 8 years. We've talked about it a lot this year, the rural-urban divide, and I know that's an overused statement. That being said, this amendment will not help my county, and when we debated this bill on second reading, I read you a letter from my county commissioners begging us to not pass Senate Bill 230. That being said, this amendment will not help my county, but as a state representative, remember, we all represent everyone in the state. We're elected by the people in our districts to come here and make sure our districts are represented, but we still represent the state. We still vote on issues that affect the entire state. Just a little side note, I remember my first year here, I had to vote on something about water rights on the Lower Arkansas, and the Lower Arkansas doesn't go through my county, but I figured it out. I asked the water engineer, I called my water district and made sure that it was okay, and I voted yes on the bill, but the issue is that we are state representatives so that what we vote on affects more than just our district and our counties. And when I'm talking about the negative ramifications that could be seen by this bill on our smaller counties, I really urge an aye vote on this amendment. Even if it doesn't affect your district or your county, please know that there are frontier counties throughout our state that are begging us to come here and speak to you and exempt them from the requirements of this bill. So once again, I do thank the majority leader for allowing us to have this this discussion on third reading on the last day. I know that everybody's getting ready to finish up, but please, please consider a yes vote on this amendment.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I really appreciate that Rep. Branson brought up the fact that we've been working to address concerns on this bill. You all know this is a bill that we've really been talking about and working on for nearly 2 years now. I'm still very excited that we have an opportunity to actually grant rights to so many county employees. And I think even with this amendment, we're estimated that we will still be covering over 98% of county workers in the state. And I think that that's something that we shouldn't balk at and that we could be proud of as well. So I would ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L52. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. 572. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sandridge votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative A. Valdez is coming. Please close the machine. With 60 aye votes, 5 no votes, and 0 excuse, L572 is adopted to Senate Bill 230. Before we go on, I just want to recognize Ms. Forrestal over here. I've never seen L572, but we should thank all of our LLS staff, but can we give her a round of applause? Okay, Minority Leader McKeon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in that vein, Ms. Forrestal came to me and said, you know, we're only 21 amendments shy of 600. So if anybody who has an amendment could just make your way to the desk.
That motion is out of order. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I think we can do that and two better. And with that, I'd ask for permission to run another third reading amendment.
Any further discussion on this motion? Representative Pelton.
Mr. Speaker, before we vote on this, I think I need to explain this just a little bit. This was an amendment I fully intended to run on seconds, and I got wrapped up in my other amendments, and when you get my age, the gray matter kind of takes over sometimes. But with a bill this big and an unfunded mandate to the counties this huge, I think it's only appropriate that the general fund of this state fund the cost to the counties. So with that, I would urge permission and then later on a yes vote.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask for a no vote on permission. Again, this was something that could have come up on second reading, and it didn't.
See no further discussion. The question before us is permission to offer a third reading amendment. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sandridge votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Please close the machine. With 29 aye votes, 36 no votes, and 0 excused, permission is not granted to offer a third reading amendment. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion on Senate Bill 230. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very rarely talk on third reading, but being a former county commissioner, I do appreciate the amendments we got onto this bill. I really do. They really help my district. 5 of the 7 counties I currently represent with this amendment will spare having to deal with this. But at the end of the day, you know, counties already can do this. Why do we need a bill to do something that they already can do? In my cynical mind, it's almost like there's a hammer somewhere in this bill to force them. So at the end of the day, I just cannot get behind this bill. I've been at the well several times over this bill, showing my my dislike for this bill. So really think of the counties, the county governments, the trouble they have making their budgets balance. And at the end of the day, I'd ask for a no vote.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this has been a great journey. Some people have asked about the stakeholder process because I didn't individually call all 198 county commissioners. I worked extensively with CCI, who represents 62 of our 64 counties, and CCAT, who represents, I believe, 26 of our counties as well, for a number of months. And even after second reading, we continued those conversations. I had a Zoom call with some members, county commissioners, to walk through the bill. I've continued to do that work that I promised to do. And in that work, we realized there was some unclarifying language that there was some clarifying language that folks asked for that would actually make them feel a little more comfortable with the timelines of negotiations. So with that, I ask for permission for a third reading amendment, and I'll have it displayed.
Seeing no further discussion on the motion of permission, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sanders, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sanders votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 aye votes, 4 no votes, and 0 excused, permission is granted to offer a third reading amendment. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the conversation was around how do we really make sure that we can prepare our budgets to really have these conversations and make sure that everything is actually procedurally lined up. That's what this amendment does. It sets out a timeline based off of budget cycles within the county. It's very similar to what we did in the Colorado Winds bill as well, talking about making sure that our budget is ready and willing to have the conversations about any impacts that may occur. This is just a way to make sure that whatever impacts could or could not be coming to a county's budget, they have ample time to prepare to look into it. I'd ask for a yes vote.
Please move the amendment.
And with that, I move Amendment 579 to Senate Bill 230.
Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L 579 to Senate Bill 230. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sanders, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sanders votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Mollica, please vote. Please close the machine. With 64 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 0 excuse, L579 is adopted to Senate Bill 230. Is there any further discussion? We are now to the bill. Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I'd first like to acknowledge and thank the bill sponsor for the amount of work that she's put in over 2 years to negotiate with the different folks around the state that this would impact. When I think about the larger picture and what this bill is really indicative of, it's indicative of what I used to tell my students about big projects, big ideas, big things that people want to accomplish. And it's indicative of the idea that, how do you eat an elephant? You eat an elephant one bite at a time. And in a bill this big that was meant to impact so many more individuals throughout the state of Colorado, it's been narrowed down to just our counties. That alone should be worthy of note. The idea that what we do here in the legislature rolls downhill, and the fact that our counties must come to the table and negotiate is something I'm not wholly proud of that we've accomplished in this chamber in the first place. And then when we add to the idea and the statement that you've heard as well, that it would impact our counties, I would counter with this. It is not our counties that it impacts, per se. Yes, there are individuals, budgets, finances, and things of that nature that it will indeed impact. But who will this really impact? It will impact children, quite possibly. It will impact safe roads. It will impact budgets. And those dollars are dollars and cents. And standing right behind those dollars and cents are the people that need essential services, when they need a hand up, when they need support from their local community. And the unfunded mandates that we roll downhill onto the backs of our counties is something that I hope this legislature continues to pay close attention to. Because while our policies here should for the most part be wholly and separate, and how it impacts local government, which is frankly the most important government of all, I would encourage us to continue to ensure that we think about the people and the critical services that are needed, that a bill like this just might interrupt, just might create a detriment in the lives of the individuals who need our counties most. With that, I urge a no vote on Senate Bill 22-230.
Seeing no further, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the bill sponsor for allowing some very important amendments to help our frontier counties. But I come today before this chamber in the state of Colorado to make a declaration that I have heard before I ever got into state politics. And here is the declaration. Rural Colorado is not concerned about what you do for rural Colorado. What they are most concerned about and worried about is what you do to rural Colorado. What you tell us from the Gold Dome to do because you know better than they do. This is what causes so much frustration and concern and worry as rural Colorado watches and waits to see every legislative session what you're going to do to us again. This is not the best.
To the bill, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Might be my last chance to say that, you know.
Thank you for your leadership, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that's not the last time I get to say that.
All right, that's very nice of you to say.
But as we vote on a bill that will have an enormous impact on my rural counties, the 9 counties I represent. Now, thankfully for the amendment, you have softened the landing for the smallest of the small. But you haven't taken care of them all. I ran an amendment that would have done that. I know it was rejected. The comment was, that's too much. We can't give you all of the C and D counties that are a vast part of rural Colorado. That was the ask. As a representative standing for eastern rural Colorado. Now, I'm not going to go into the details of that, but I will tell you, this is a sad day for me as a state representative. This is a sad day for the counties I represent. And when this bill gets signed by the governor and written into the red books that are Colorado Revised Statute, this is going to cause a lot of angst and economic suffering for so many counties as they try to navigate the complexities of this very overreaching statute that forces the collective bargaining model on a vast part of Colorado. You know, we always say, if you want it in the big town, in the big city, have it. But we may not want it. And that's why I promoted the idea that county commissioners could adopt this if they wanted, or reject it, elected by the people that they represent. That is the system and the model that I stand behind as we represent we the people. The other model I reject. That's embodied in this particular bill. Collective bargaining for counties. All the counties, with a few exceptions, that we have had to ask and did get consideration for, and I appreciate that. But I don't think it's enough. Now here's what happens, and is going to happen, and I'm about finished, sir. You are going to force our counties, our rural counties, to run as fast as they can to become home rule counties, to protect themselves from overreach from the state and this gold dome. So I will be a strong no.
Assistant Minority Leader, Representative Callen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everybody else is honored to serve with you. And I'm honored to serve with you too. I've appreciated all the time we've spent.
I'm honored to serve with you too.
Thank you, sir. Members, I've been quiet in regards to this piece of legislation. One of the things that I want to bring to your attention is that I'm not sure there were a lot of employees that were asking for this. You know, I know that the counties in my communities that I represent, a county job is a good job. They're taken care of as employees, not just in their wages and their benefits and those kind of things. But if there's a ball game, and my boy's in a ball game, it's pretty easy to say to the boss or the supervisor, I've got a ball game this afternoon about 3 o'clock. Go ahead and go. Those are the kind of things that happen in communities that have a feel for one another. that understand we are friends, neighbors, and relatives. And an to say that we might need protection is an overstatement. Because the employees are being protected by the people that are their supervisors, the bosses of that outfit, and the county commissioners. I can tell you that if you were mistreated in an outfit like the county, Road and Bridge, or wherever you were, once that got around, there are people above you that would certainly have more problems than they were planning on. Because people talk, other people listen, and pretty soon it starts making the noise. And that noise becomes news. And when it makes news, people start asking questions back down the chain. And none of us in these communities want that kind of news, or that kind of noise, or that kind of questions. In fact, I think the employing county probably goes out of their road to make sure that people feel valued, needed, and necessary. And in a lot of ways, that's really what all of us want out of our job. We want to feel like we matter to the outfit and to myself, and to the guy that I work with or the lady that's my supervisor. I don't know how a union can make a better feeling than what you can get out of that mutual respect. I'm not sure how that works. So when we start talking about protecting and those kind of things, please know that if individuals in these communities and these counties, in the rural communities, and I would imagine in your urban communities, felt like they were being disrespected, put down, hurt, or worse, being put into unsafe situations, you would know it. You as an elected representative would know it right away, regardless if it had to come from collective bargaining or any of those kind of things, because it gets out quick. People know those kind of things. I'm sure even here in the big cities, because we're people. People are people, no matter where I go. I'm finding that out. But honestly, folks, I think we need to think about how can we take better care of the people that we care about. The way we do that is just simply do it when it comes to whether or not they need to take a day off because they got a baby that's sick at home, or whether they need to leave the job an hour and a half early to go to a ball game, or to a theater performance, or to something that matters to that community. Because all of those people are members of that community, and with us all doing well, that community continues to do well. And in Colorado, that's one of the things we're all focused on, is moving Colorado forward. Let's do better together. I don't think you need a document signed that says, let's do better together. Anyway, I wanted to make my feelings known, and I appreciate your attention. I appreciate you taking the time to listen. Thank you, Madam Sponsor. That's where I'm at with this bill, is I don't think it's necessary. Now, I haven't talked to all of you, so I don't know that for sure. But in my world, in my communities, and the communities that I trade with, I think this might not be necessary right now. I'd urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I don't typically come down on third reading, unless it's important. So I did want to thank the sponsors. We have had extensive conversations directly, and I do appreciate that. And I wanted to make sure that that was on the record and available to everyone in the chamber, as well as those that I'm sure are tuning in. But of course, I can't support the bill, and that does not come as a surprise. Counties do have real concern when it comes to the impact that this bill will certainly have. And I kind of highlighted when I got up here and we started a debate on seconds, and I mentioned specifically just some of the efforts that I know for sure are coming, even as I live in El Paso, but as I look at El Paso and their employees, Department of Public Works, Kevin has done amazing things there in terms of making it the best possible place for employees for the county to work within Department of Public Works, and thinking outside the box about recruitment, retention, and what that means for the department and the department, or the residents that that department serves. And obviously, Department of Public Works there, I mean, they serve every constituent in the county. And when you're looking to outside of the box thinking and you're saying, hey, we have folks here that don't have a high school diploma or a GED, how do we help them? Well, they come alongside those employees and they say, we're going to get you there. And they have. They come alongside their employees and they say, hey, what's a benefit to you that you could use even outside of this career path that would benefit you in the future? A commercial driver's license. They make sure that their employees have the opportunity to get that commercial driver's license, and they make sure that the employee doesn't have a cost associated with that. It's that type of leadership that I see out of counties, that I see are extended to county employees. Now, is everybody going to be happy all the time? Well, no. I would argue, like I said before when we started this debate, I don't think everybody is happy all the time in this building. But ultimately, that's how organizations work. But there are efforts, there are things being done, and this is just one small example of the effort and the work that I have seen. I recognize the impact, and we did have a letter from CCI that referenced that it could be a $400 million impact for counties across this state. That is real. And so I will be a no, but I do think it is important to look at the employees in counties, the role and the importance of each and every one of them, and the role and importance that those divisions, those managers, or division leaders, executives, managers, whatever their title might be, to recognize that their employees are most important, because truly without them, nothing in the county gets done. So I just wanted to come up here and reiterate some of what I see, because I think it's important that piece be here for all of us in our consideration as we prepare for this vote today. And I will be a no vote. I do urge a strong no vote. And I appreciate the chamber's time as we close out debate, I think, on Senate Bill 230.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was raised in a Democrat household with a father who was heavily involved in unions. In fact, I remember at least one family vacation that was scheduled around a big labor conference. My father was a man who believed very strongly, or is a man who believes very strongly in protecting the underdog and ensuring good working conditions for everyone, making sure that nobody is mistreated, nobody is harmed, nobody is abused or used. Those values are very important to me. And so I appreciate, and I don't just say that, but I genuinely appreciate seeing a problem and saying we need to fix this, because no one should be abused in their working situation. Oftentimes, though, I think that when we approach problems in this building, we approach them as fruits on a tree. And we come up to the tree and we say, this is a bad fruit. It has rot in it, it has mold in it, it needs to be taken care of. And so we figure out a way to take that fruit off the tree, to snip it or cut it out or do whatever. But then often we're shocked that the next time we go back to that tree, the root is still, the tree is still producing bad fruit. And that's because we haven't dealt with the root causes. We haven't actually dealt with the problem that is causing the fruit to be bad. In hearing the debate over this bill, I sat there and I listened very intently because, as I said, my history is such that unions just are part of my story. And what I heard was really an impugning of character of the elected officials who serve as the leaders of their particular local governments. And perhaps that's accurate. I know that I had correspondence with at least one of my commissioners who was watching the debate and who was highly offended at having their character impugned. But I don't know 64 counties. I don't know all of the stories of what's going on in their leadership. But what I will say is that if we have counties who have leadership that are abusing their people, that needs to be addressed at the ballot box. Because presumably that inability to steward well, to care well, isn't just impacting the way of employer to employee is operating. It's impacting the whole. The root is bad, and we're seeing some fruit. How do we best go at that? Do we place additional burden on the counties, on the citizenry, to pay more money to their local governments, to potentially get worse service because there's a breakdown because of the root being unhealthy? We already have a mechanism to deal with these things. As my colleague mentioned just recently, when noise is generated in these communities around bad operations in counties, that has a consequence. Why is that not sufficient? Why add additional burden in this way? I've talked to a number of you who don't think this is the right way to go on both sides of the aisle. And I would just say that really we should give attention to solutions that deal with the root causes, as opposed to just picking off fruit that really is going to make that root even more unhealthy and cause us to come back into this chamber again to look at more bad apples. So I ask for no vote.
Majority Leader Esker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll make this brief, members. At the end of the day, this bill is about the people that work in these counties, not the counties themselves. And if any motives were ever impugned, that was not the intention. I have many friends who serve as county commissioners, and I know that they have goodwill in their heart. But at the end of the day, a person's rights should not depend on who is in power at that time based off of an election. That's what this bill does. This bill literally just puts the power back into the hands of the workers and says, if you feel like you want to come together, form this unit to be able to negotiate for things, to be able to talk about freely without fear of retaliation or even being fired, because it has happened in Colorado, folks. If you want that ability to do this and be a part of the conversations that make your workplace what it is, your community what it is, keep in mind, this is public sector workers. They do the hardest jobs in our communities, and they don't do it to be rich. They do it because they love their communities and want to serve their communities much like us, except their jobs are a lot harder. If they choose to come together to do this, to have a voice at the table, that will continue on depending on it doesn't matter what the next election brings for their leadership. They will continue to have that right. That's what this bill's saying. If there isn't an issue in these counties, employees probably aren't going to try to come together and change anything. It'll be the way it is right now. It'll be neighbors and friends looking out for each other just the way it is right now. But if there is a reason that employees feel like they are not being heard, yeah, that's what this bill does. This bill stands up for the people who work every day in these communities. This bill is not an anti-county commissioner bill. We have actually had county commissioners in support of this bill as well. That's all we're saying. Your rights should not depend on who is sitting in that elected position at that time and to come and go as they please. I'd ask for a yes vote and would appreciate your support for the people of Colorado.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 230 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. 41 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 0 excused. Senate Bill 230 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Gray, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 219.
Senate Bill 219 by Senators Moreno and Smallwood, also Representatives Duran and McLaughlin, concerning the regulation of dental therapists and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move Senate Bill 219 on third reading, final passage.
You've heard the motion. Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the adoption of 219 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Bockenfeld, Hooton, Kip. Mr. Shebel, please close the machine. With 42 ayes, 22 noes, and 1 excused, the motion 219 is adopted. And please close the machine. Oh, we do co-sponsors. Co-sponsors? Okay. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move Senate Bill 222 on third reading, final passage.
Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 222.
Senate Bill 222 by Senators Pedersen and Moreno, also Representatives Kennedy and Weissman, concerning a requirement that the ballot title and fiscal summary for any ballot initiative that increases or decreases state income tax rates include a table showing the average tax change for tax filers in different income categories.
You've seen no discussion. The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 222 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. All right, please close the machine with 40 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 3 excused. Senate Bill 222 is adopted. Madam Majority, co-sponsors, I almost forgot. Anybody want to co-sponsor? Anybody else? Okay. Mr. Shebel, please close the machine. Okay, Madam Majority, what? Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 207.
Senate Bill 207 by Senator Winter, also Representative Bacon, concerning the prevention of Title IX misconduct on public school campuses and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move Senate Bill 207 on third reading, final passage.
That's a proper motion. Is there any discussion? Representative Bacon.
Hello.
Hello.
This is my first time to the well on third reading, but I would like permission to move a third reading amendment for a technical change.
That's a proper motion, so the motion in front of us is to give permission for a third reading amendment. Please open the machine, and members, please vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Representative Sandridge votes yes. Representative Bradfield, Lynch, Ricks. Please close the machine with 45 ayes, 17 noes, and 3 excused. Permission is granted. Representative Bacon.
Thank you. I'd like to move Amendment L17, and it is displayed. Members, we meant to write March 30th, but the bill wrote March 20th in regards to a deadline for the bill. I urge an aye vote, and I do want to say it is such an honor and pleasure to serve with all of you. Thank you.
Pleasure to serve with you as well. The motion has been moved and is properly displayed. The amendment is properly displayed. Seeing no discussion, members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Holtorf. Mr. Shebel, please close the machine with 41 aye votes, 21 no votes, 3 excused. That amendment passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move Senate Bill 207 as amended on third reading, final passage.
All right, seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the passage of Senate Bill 207 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote as amended, I meant to say. So, Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes, and Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
And Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Duran and McKean. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 22 no votes, 3 excused, Senate Bill 207 as amended is adopted. Co-sponsors. Co-sponsors? Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Gray wants to co-sponsor this one. Anybody else? All right, please close the machine. And Madam Majority Leader. Mr. Shebo first gets to read it. Read the title. Of Senate Bill 23.
Senate Bill 23 by Senator Gonzalez, also Representatives Bacon and Gonzalez Gutierrez, concerning prohibiting deceptive tactics during custodial interrogation of a juvenile.
Thank you. Madam Majority Leader, your turn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And I'm going to take this turn to say it has been an honor to serve with you.
It has also been an honor to serve with you as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move Senate Bill 23 on third reading, final passage.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is adoption of Senate Bill 23 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Sheba, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. And Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sandridge votes yes. Representative Catlin, thank you. Please close the machine. With 50 aye votes, 12 no votes, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 23 is adopted. Mr. Shebo, please read, no, co-sponsors, I'm way ahead of myself. Co-sponsors of this exciting bill. Okay. All right. Please close the machine. And now it's Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move to lay over Senate Bill 36, one bill.
Seeing no objections, Senate Bill 36 will be laid over one bill. With that in mind, Mr. Shebo, please read the title of Senate Bill 133.
Senate Bill 133 by Senators Winter and Priola, also Representatives Esgar and Woodrow, concerning the provision of security by the Colorado State Patrol for certain elected officials and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Thank you. Madam Majority Leader?
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move Senate Bill 133 on third reading, final passage.
Seeing no discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 133 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Sheba, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes, and Representative Sandridge, how do you vote? Did you leave us? Did Sandridge leave? Oh, there he is. We thought you left us, Representative Sandridge. How do you vote on this?
Yeah, I apologize. No.
Okay. Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Van Beber? Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 22-133 is adopted. Oh, co-sponsors. Co-sponsors. Okay. Please close the... Oh, there's a co-sponsor on the wall. Representative Gray wants to co-sponsor another one. All right. Okay. Then let us close the machine, and we will go... No, we won't. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move to lay over Senate Bill 36, one more bill.
One more. Okay. Then, Mr. Shebo, please read the title of Senate Bill 202.
Senate Bill 202 by Senators Zenzinger and Rank and also Representative McCluskey concerning providing state matching money for property tax revenue collected by school districts and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Thank you. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move Senate Bill 202 on third reading, final passage.
Seeing no discussion, the motion before us is the passage of Senate Bill 202 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebo, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Bachenfeld and Byrd, there she comes. Okay. Please close the machine. With 42 aye votes, 20 no votes, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 22-202 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine, and Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. One more time, maybe? I move to lay over Senate Bill 36, one more bill.
All right, you've heard that, members. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of Senate Bill 220.
Senate Bill 220 by Senators Hansen and Rank and also Representatives McCluskey and Esgar concerning the property tax deferral program and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move Senate Bill 220 on third reading, final passage.
Seeing no discussion, the motion before us is the passage of Senate Bill 220 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Sheba, please open the machine. And members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote? Representative Sandridge. I'll give you another minute, Representative Sandridge. Representative Sandridge, one more time. Excused. Please close the machine. And with 51 aye votes, 10 no votes, and 4 excused, Senate Bill 22-220 is adopted. Co-sponsors. All right. Co-sponsors. All right, please close the machine. Madam, we're good to go. Mr. Shebo, let's please read Senate Bill 36, the title of Senate Bill 36.
Senate Bill 36 by Senators Hansen and Heisey, also Representatives Byrd and Van Winkle, concerning payment to the statewide Death and Disability Trust Fund to pay benefits for members hired before January 1st, 1997, and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader, thank you. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move Senate Bill 36 on third reading, final passage.
You've heard the motion, but we have some discussion on this one. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. It is an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well. Thank you.
Members, we are here to request permission to offer a third reading amendment, and I am also asking that it be displayed.
Okay, members, you've heard the request for permission to offer a third reading amendment. It's being displayed. Mr. Sheba, please open the machine, and members, we don't want to do that.
Oh, okay, sure.
Okay, you don't have to explain on the last day until later. All right, Mr. Sheba, please open the machine, and members, please vote on permission for a third reading amendment. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Sandridge, did you come back? No. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote? No.
Yes.
He's voting yes this time. All right. And a few more. Representative Caraveo. Cutter and Caraveo. Lontine. Ricks. Lynch.
I'd vote no. Smart.
Caraveo just likes to hear her name called. Van Beber. Representative Van Beber. Did she leave? Excused. With 54 aye votes, 7 no votes, and 4 excused, permission is granted. Representative Byrd.
So I move Amendment L004.
And that's properly moved. Do you want to explain it? And it's displayed.
Yes. So members, this is actually good news at the end of session. We know bills are moving and going in different directions, and with all of the changes this session, we have found an additional $6.65 million. So we are now able to pay down an additional $6.65 million of our liability to cover old hire death and disability pension benefits for our fire and police pension association. So this is a good financial move. It helps us pay down more of our unfunded pension liability, and a fortuitous development on the very last day of session. So I respectfully ask for a yes vote and do what we can to support our frontline public safety personnel.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I ask for a yes vote on this. On a serious note, this is for our, as referred to as old hires, our police and firefighters who have been seriously injured or disabled on the job, and it's for those hired before 1997. That was our state's obligation. We told police and firefighters then that we, the state, would be covering their death and disability benefits, and in 1997 we simply transferred that to the counties, but we couldn't, but we had to pay off the old one. That's what we're doing here. On a less serious note, how we found this money is I was over in the JBC and I was going through the couch cushions, and there was like $6.6 million just like in there. And we're, again, members, we're not going to spend the money this year. The money is going to go into a lockbox for a full year. And there's going to be 2 keys to this lockbox. One is going to be under the mat of Robin's office, and the other one will be in a secret location. Now, you may think, criminals of Colorado, you know where this lockbox is. But you don't. That's a dummy lockbox. We have a secret lockbox where this $6.6 million is going to go for 1 year. It will be very secretive, and it will be safe because it's the lockbox.
Representative Van Winkle, do you want people to vote for this motion or not?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lockbox.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. So I had the opportunity to move in the last couple of years, and I found a couple of ping pong balls, an Alison Krauss CD that I thought I was long gone, I found some ammunition, because that's the house I live in, but I didn't find $6.6 million. So fairly certain that it wasn't in the couch cushions. Actually, really seriously, where was the money from, and why do we put it here instead of somewhere else? Was it otherwise to the general fund, whatever? I know you know these answers.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. So this money is coming from our one-time general fund bucket. So we had some extra state revenues, and now they're available for appropriation. And then just to remind members, our original as introduced bill, the request was over $30 million. That is what our actual liability is. So this change that we would be making today allows us to pay down further into that. Remember, originally into the lockbox, that's right. So the bill that we voted on and passed before the amendment only has a $6.65 million appropriation. So we're bumping that up and paying down more of that liability that belongs to the state. I ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. And seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of, I think that says Amendment L004. Okay. So please open the machine, and Mr. Schiebel, and members, please vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sandridge votes yes. Representative Catlin and Representative Luck. Representative Luck. All right. And Van Beber. Thank you. Please close the machine with 58 aye votes, 4 no votes, and 3 excused. Amendment L004 is adopted. Madam Majority.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move Senate Bill 36 as amended on third reading, final passage.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 36 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Ransom? Woodrow? All right, please close the machine. With 58 aye, well, please close the machine. 57 aye votes, 5 no votes, 3 excused. The Senate Bill 36 as amended is adopted. And please have co-sponsors now. Any co-sponsors? All right. Please close the machine. Oh, okay. Madam Majority Leader. Oh, wait a minute. Mr. Schiebel, please read Senate Bill 186.
Senate Bill 186 by Senators Janal and Simpson, also Representatives Mullica and McKean, concerning the creation of a council to advise the state about issues relating to persons living with rare diseases and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Thank you. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Senate Bill 186 on third reading, final passage.
See no discussion. The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 186 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Catlin, Lontine, Excuse you. Representative Fontaine, please close the machine. With 45 aye votes, 17 no votes, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 186 is adopted. Mr. Shebo, please, close the machine and co-sponsors. Okay, please close the machine. And let's keep moving. Madam Majority Leader. Oh, no, wait a minute. Mr. Shebo's turn. He gets to read the title of Senate Bill 209.
Senate Bill 209 by Senators Donovan and Sonnenberg, also Representatives Roberts and Pelton, concerning expanding small meat processing in Colorado by providing business application assistance to obtain capital and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Thank you. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pro Tem, I move Senate Bill 209 on third reading, final passage.
Seeing no discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 209 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebo, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Mullica and Bradfield and McKean. Mullica, Representative Mullica, do you want to vote? All right, please close the machine. With 51 aye votes, 11 no votes, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 209 is adopted. And co-sponsors. Another fun one to co-sponsor. All right. Please close the machine. And Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 22-1048.
House Bill 1048 by Representative Baisley, also Senator Kirkmeyer, concerning the creation of the In God We Trust license plate and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Thank you. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move House Bill 1048 on third reading, final passage.
And looks like we have some discussion. Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1048 into the Senate in January 18, 2023. Is that a proper motion?
I guess that's a proper motion. I don't know what that date is. So the question no.
I'm sorry. Is there a discussion?
Wait a minute. All right. Thank you. And the motion of Representative Baisley was a proper motion to lay it over. That's the only part that's proper. So, Representative Neville.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I don't know if I want to lay this over because I honestly, in 8 years down here, have never, ever voted for a single license plate bill. And, but I'm not sure if it's the fact that if we vote on this today and actually pass it, that it'll have no consequence and it'll never become law that I want to be a yes, or if it was just your wonderful, compelling statements on why we should have a specialized license plate that I have never heard in those 8 years. And so I don't know if we should lay this over. You might want to think about that motion because this might be the one opportunity for you to get me to vote on a single license plate bill.
Representative Baisley.
Based on that, Madam Chair, I withdraw my improper motion.
Well, it was proper, but I will let you withdraw it. The motion is withdrawn, so that means that the motion in front of us is for adoption of House Bill 1048 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebo, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. And
Yes.
Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Unfortunately, no.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Members? Representative Basenecker, Cutter, Escar, Judah, Kennedy. Please close the machine. With 39 ayes, 23 noes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1048 is adopted. And co-sponsors. Okay. Please now close the machine. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of Senate Bill 154.
Senate Bill 154 by Senator Danielson, also Representatives McCormick and Lindsay, concerning increasing safety in assisted living residences and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Thank you, Mr. Shebo. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move Senate Bill 154 on third reading, final passage.
You've heard the motion. Looks like there's discussion. Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Obviously, this is my first session. I've never been down here for third reading, but I've decided why end my first session without trying to do all the things. So presenting an amendment on third reading, check.
Can you request permission to do a third reading amendment?
Yes, and with that, I ask permission to offer an amendment on third reading.
And members, you've heard the request for a third reading amendment. Mr. Shebo, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Representative Gray, how are you on permission for a third reading?
I think it's a grand idea. I vote yes.
There's a yes from Representative Gray. What about you, Representative Sandridge?
I love it. Yes.
Another yes. Members, please vote.
Permission.
McCormick, you got it. McCormick.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, thank you, me too.
Representatives Bacon,
Yeah, we
Mullica, and Van Beber.
Do you want to say anything about it? Okay.
It looks like this is a easy crowd, so 43 aye votes, 21, what? Close the machine. With 43 aye votes, 21 no votes, 1 excuse, you have permission. So do you want to tell us about the amendment? It looks like it's already displayed. Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move Amendment L26 to SB 154.
It's been moved. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Yes, this will add some clarity to some language that was added before we got the bill from the Senate, and it provides more flexibility and fairness to the fine structure for violations and lowers the maximum amount that one violation could be. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L26. Please open the machine, and members, please vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Lontine? Please close the machine after Tipper votes. With 40 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 1 excused, Amendment L26 is adopted. So the motion before us now, oh, no, there's more discussion. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move Senate Bill 154 as amended on third reading, final passage.
Okay. Seeing no other discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 154 as amended on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebo, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. All right, please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 154 as amended is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. And Mr. Shebo, please read the title of Senate Bill 178.
Senate Bill 178 by Senator Gonzalez, also Representatives Valdez and Van Winkle, concerning the ability for certain marijuana licensees to change the designation of marijuana from medical to retail and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Thank you. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move Senate Bill 178 on third reading, final passage.
Seeing no discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 178 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebo, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Representative Sandridge votes yes. All right. Representative Amabile, Bachenfeld, Bradfield, Geithner, Hanks, Ricks, and of course Tipper. Bachenfeld, Hanks. All right. Please close the machine. With 53 aye votes, 11 no votes, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 178 is adopted. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of, co-sponsors. I forgot about that little piece. Anybody want to co-sponsor 178, please? Okay, please close the machine. Now, Mr. Shebo, let's keep going, and please read the title of Senate Bill 199.
Senate Bill 199 by Senators Jaquez, Lewis, and Priol, also Representatives Kipp and Froelich, concerning a study regarding the protection of native pollinating insects in the state and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Thank you. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move Senate Bill 199 on third reading, final passage.
See no discussion, members, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 199 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Sheba, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. And how would you like to vote, Representative Gray?
Thinking about it, I think I'm going with yes.
Okay, thank you. Representative Gray's a yes. And Representative Sandridge, have you had enough time to think about it?
Sure have. I'll say no.
Okay, Representative Sandridge is a no. Representative Baisley, Bachenfeld, Geithner, Hooten, Kennedy, Lontine, McKean.
Thinking about it.
Oh, okay, I'll remind him. All right, Representative Geithner. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 199 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Oh, now. And Mr. Shebo, let's have you read the title of Senate Bill 210.
Senate Bill 210 by Senators Zenzinger and Cook, also Representatives Lontine and Soper, concerning the regulation of supplemental health care staffing agencies by the Department of Public Health and Environment and in connection therewith requiring supplemental health care staffing agencies to report data to the Department of Labor and Employment and requiring the Department of Public Health and Environment to analyze information provided by supplemental health care staffing agencies to determine the need for regulation of staffing agencies and making an appropriation.
Thank you. Members, I've been reminded we're on third reading. Please try to pay attention to the bills as they come forward, and please keep your conversations if you should have them. And unless Mullica wants to be fined a lot more as whip, he needs to stop the rubber bands. All right, we're still on third reading, members. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I appreciate that, but I think as much as I love to fine our whip for not doing his job, I also would ask you, where did the bag come from, Mr. Minority Leader? Anyhow,
All right.
with that, I move Senate Bill 210 on third reading, final passage.
All right, see, no discussion, and members, reminder, we are on third reading. The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 210 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebo, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Bacon, Bockenfeld, Bradfeld, Caraveo, Froelich, Geithner, Holtorf, Lynch, McCluskey, Pelton, and Will, please vote. Representative Geithner, there is no prize for being last, just so you know. But please close the machine. With 43 aye votes, 21 no votes, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 210 is adopted. Remember, members, let's keep it down. Co-sponsors. Co-sponsors, please close the machine. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of Senate Bill 173.
Senate Bill 173 by Senators Rodriguez and Smallwood, also Representatives Byrd and McKean, concerning criteria relating to the operation of telepharmacy outlets.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move Senate Bill 173 on third reading, final passage.
Seeing no discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 173 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebo, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Members, please vote. Bockenfeld, Hanks, Kip, McKean. McKean, you need to vote. You have to vote. Okay. All right, please close the machine. With 60 aye votes, 40 no votes, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 173 is adopted. Mr. Shebo, let's have some co-sponsors. Any co-sponsors? Please close the machine. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of Senate Bill 81.
Senate Bill 81 by Senators Smallwood and Donovan, also Representatives Tipper and Will, concerning a requirement that the Board of Directors of the Colorado Health Benefit Exchange create a consumer outreach campaign to provide consumers with comprehensive information regarding covered health care services and in connection therewith, adjusting the limit on the total amount of tax credits that may be granted to health insurance companies.
Madam Majority Leader, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move Senate Bill 81 on third reading, final passage.
Looks like we have some discussion. Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. We move for permission,
Request.
we move for permission to offer a third reading amendment.
All right, members, you've heard the motion or the request for permission for a third reading amendment. Please open the machine, and members, please vote.
You guys don't care what it's about. That's cool.
Not on the
It's great. Oh, I got to vote.
Hey, we can go to here. I vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Shebo.
members,
I
we're
vote yes.
voting. Representative Gray, I forgot. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yeah.
Representative Sandridge votes yes. Representative Cutter, Lontine,
What if I was
La-
deathly allergic?
McKean,
I'm not.
Soper, Van Winkle,
So, Bert, you're going to like this one. You should be a yes. Thank
Luck.
you.
All right. Please close the machine with 47 aye votes, 17 no votes, and 1 excuse. Permission is granted. Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Representative Soper brought an amendment, and Speaker Van Winkle was so persuasive in his arguments that we also went down to the couch cushions and wrestled.
Wait, could you move the amendment, please, and then we can display it? Permission was granted.
Well, I was going to explain the amendment and then move it. But
However you want to do it, but if you displayed it, people could look at it while
Oh,
you
you got to have it
explained
displayed. Got it. Well, it's kind of unintelligible. I move Amendment L13 and ask that it be displayed. It is. You're going to see it.
All right, then let's explain the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And so we went to the couch cushions and we found some more money. And what we came up with the Senate was to extend the period of time that the tax credit will be available to help with the education campaign to 5 years with a lower amount each year. So it's $4 million a year for 5 instead of $5 million for 2 years. And we asked for
All
your
right.
yes vote.
Thank you. See no further there is further discussion. Representative Soper.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say thank you so much for digging deep into the couch cushions and being able to find this amendment. So, enthusiastic yes.
All right, seeing no further discussion, the motion in front of us is the adoption of Amendment L13. Mr. Sheba, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Lockbox. I mean, yes. Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sandridge votes yes. Members, please vote. Representative Bockenfeld, Bradfield, Roberts, Tipper. All right. Representative Roberts and Tipper are, Roberts is here. Do you want to vote? This is on the amendment. Representative Tipper is excused on her motion. That's interesting. Please close the machine with 50 aye votes. We already counted. Valdez D is excused. 49 aye votes, 13 no votes, and 2 excused. 3 excused. The amendment passes. And now the motion, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Members, I just want to be done as much as you do as well, but let's keep chugging along, please. I move Senate Bill 81 as amended on third reading, final passage.
You've heard the motion, members. The motion is to pass or to adopt Senate Bill 81 as amended on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote? Representative Sandridge.
No.
Representative
No.
Sandridge votes no. Members, please vote. Representative Harrod, Lynch, McKean, Snyder. All right, please close the machine. With 45 aye votes, 18 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 81 as amended is adopted. Co-sponsors. Any co-sponsors? Please close the machine. And Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 179.
Senate Bill 179 by Senators Janala and Liston, also Representative Lontine, concerning measures to address tampering with the motor vehicles emission control system.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move Senate Bill 179 on third reading, final passage.
Seeing no discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 179 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Members, please vote. Representative Catlin. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 179 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Any co-sponsors? It's a good bill. Co-sponsors? Please close the machine. And Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 206.
Senate Bill 206 by Senator Fenberg, also Representative Amabile, concerning resources for disaster preparedness and recovery and in connection therewith, creating the Disaster Resilience Rebuilding Program, the Sustainable Rebuilding Program, the Office of Climate Preparedness, and making an appropriation.
Thank you. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move Senate Bill 206 on third reading, final passage.
Seeing no discussion, the motion before us is the passage of Senate Bill 206 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Members, please vote. Please close the machine. With 39 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 206 is adopted. Co-sponsors. On the board. Representative Gray wants to co-sponsor. Any other co-sponsors? Okay, please close the machine. Oh, too late. All right, Mr. Shebo, please read the title of Senate Bill 239.
Senate Bill 239 by Senators Moreno and Simpson, also Representatives Esgar and McKean, concerning buildings in the Capitol complex and in connection therewith, funding certain capital construction projects for state-owned buildings and making an appropriation.
Thank you. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Caucus Chair. Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move Senate Bill 239 on third reading, final passage.
Seeing some discussion, I'll call on Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And in honor of these great bill sponsors, I just want to thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, for relaxing the coat rule on this 120th day in the tie rule that is above and beyond. Thank you.
Yeah, thank me later, because we haven't done it yet. So, seeing no other discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 239 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote? I could guess, Representative Sandridge,
No.
but you have to tell us. Okay. Representative
No.
Sandridge votes no. Members, please vote. Representative Lontine and Duran. Please close the machine. With 55 aye votes and 8 no votes and 2 excused, Senate Bill 239 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Any co-sponsors? Any more co-sponsors? All right, please close the machine. And Mr. Shebo, please read the title of Senate Bill 205.
Senate Bill 205 by Senators Fenberg and Holbert, also Representatives Valdez and Van Winkle, concerning the regulation of cannabis-related products that may potentially cause a person to become intoxicated when used.
Thank you. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move Senate Bill 205 on third reading, final passage.
Seeing no discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 205 on third reading and final passage. Please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. And members, please vote. Bockenfeld, Duran, Hanks, McLaughlin. Please close the machine. With 48 votes. Neville, Representative Neville, do you want to be? He votes no. Oh, it was already closed? It's already closed, so 48 aye votes, 15 no votes, 1 excused, 2 excused. Senate Bill 205 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Okay. Nobody knows what that means, so there's no co-sponsors, but if anybody wants their chance. If not, please close the machine, and Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move Senate Bill 225 on third reading, final passage, although it has not been read yet. I'll let the title be read.
Yeah, let's do the title first.
Great.
That was my fault. I'm sorry.
Senate Bill 225 by Senators Zenzinger and List, and also Representatives Roberts and Baisley, concerning emergency medical services in the state and in connection therewith, creating emergency medical services systems sustainability task force and requiring ambulance services to obtain a state license from the Department of Public Health and Environment and making an appropriation.
Thank you, Mr. Shebo. And now, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I now move Senate Bill 225 on third reading, final passage.
Seeing no discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 225 on third reading and final passage. Please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Members, please vote. Amabile, Bacon, Catlin, Geithner, Hanks, Holtorf, Lynch. Representative Catlin, did you? Okay, please close the machine. With 52 aye votes, 12 no votes, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 225 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Any co-sponsors? Please close the machine. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of Senate Bill 77.
Senate Bill 77 by Senators Janal and Woodward, also Representatives Larson and Young, concerning the adoption of an interstate compact to allow a person who is a licensed professional counselor in the person's state of residence to practice professional counseling in a compact state in which the person is not licensed and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move Senate Bill 77 on third reading, final passage.
Seeing no discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 77 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebo, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. And Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Members, please vote. Representatives Bockenfeld, Hanks, McLaughlin, Ricks. Representative Bockenfeld. Please close the machine. With 55 aye votes, 9 no votes, 1 excused, Senate Bill 77 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. And Mr. Shebo, please read the title of Senate Bill 232.
Senate Bill 232 by Senators Burgess and Moreno, also Representatives Harrod and Burnett, concerning the provision of workforce housing through the creation of the Middle Income Housing Authority and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move Senate Bill 232 on third reading, final passage.
Okay, thank you. Is there some discussion? Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I ask for permission for a third reading amendment.
Members, we've been asked to give permission for a third reading amendment. Please open the machine, and members, please vote. Representative Gray, do you want to give permission?
Yeah, I guess so, yes.
All right. Representative Gray votes yes. And Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Representative Sandridge votes yes.
I forgot to tell you.
Members, please vote on permission for a third reading amendment. Harrod,
Oh.
Lindsay, Ortiz. All right, please close the machine. With 45 aye votes, 20 no votes. The motion for permission is granted. So if you could please move the amendment and have it displayed. Representative Harrod?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move I move amendment L052 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, that is properly moved and it is displayed. Do you want to tell us about it?
Sure. This amendment is mostly technical in nature. It ensures that when we made amendments yesterday that they actually jive with what we agreed to, including the language for the counties, except as modified in exceptional circumstances by the board. And it changes the terms from five members and 4 years for the remaining 5 for the initial terms. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. The motion, you've heard it, seeing no discussion, is the passage of Amendment L052. Mr. Shebo, please open the machine, and members, please vote.
You want to switch it? I vote yes. It does. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote? Representative Sandridge votes no.
Duran.
Durant. Please close the machine. With 45 aye votes, 20 no votes, and 0 excused, L052 is adopted to Senate Bill 232. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 232 as amended on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 232 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no.
No.
Yep.
No.
I know. Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote? I'm joking. Representative Lindsay. Please close the machine. With 40... Whoa, the machine's already closed. That's pretty good. With 40... Neville votes no. With 40... Yeah, that's an excellent move. 44 aye votes... 44 aye votes, 21 no votes, and 0 excused. Senate Bill 232... Wait, you voted no. Yeah, never mind. Yeah. With 43 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 232 is adopted. Man, Neville, you've got me twice already, waiting for the hat trick. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 197. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 197.
Senate Bill 197 by Senators Coleman and Hanson, also Representative Bacon, concerning authorizing alternative governance for innovation in school zones.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 197 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 197 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote? Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. This is the time that people have to vote. Please close the machine. Please close the machine. With 33 aye votes, 32 no votes, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 197 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 53.
Senate Bill 53 by Senator Sonnenberg, also Representatives McLaughlin and Geithner, concerning visitation rights at healthcare facilities and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't mess with it. I move Senate Bill 53 on third reading, final passage.
Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request permission to do a third reading amendment. I think we're going to get the amendment displayed, and I'll start explaining it. So members, if you look at the bill has a short title already, and the bill's short title is the No Patient or Resident Left Alone Act. The policy that we see before us today really started off a story from 2020 that was in our newspapers that I think maybe many of us may recall. I know I've read it multiple times. And it was about a young lady named Elizabeth, a mother of two. Her husband, Steve has been in this building multiple times. And the purpose of this amendment is to change that short title that's already there and change it to Elizabeth's No Patient or Resident Left Alone Act. And I would urge a yes vote.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been a pleasure to serve with you.
Honored to serve with you too,
Today,
Representative McLaughlin.
Elizabeth's husband gave some really compelling testimony about what he went through when she was dying with the kids there and they couldn't see her. And I think this is a very appropriate amendment to put on to name it after Elizabeth. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks to both of you. The motion before us is granting permission to offer a third reading amendment on Senate Bill 53. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sandridge votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 58 aye votes, 7 no votes, and 0 excused, permission is granted to offer a third reading amendment. Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move L013 to Senate Bill 053 and urge a yes vote.
It has been properly moved and displayed. The question before us is the adoption of L013. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sandridge votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 65 aye. The machine closed? With 60 hat trick. Neville votes yes. With 65 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 0 excused, L013 is adopted as Senate Bill 53. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 53 as amended on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 53 on third reading and final passage as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sandridge votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Please close the machine. With 49 aye votes, 16 no votes, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 53 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Couple announcements. One, the coat rules relaxed for the rest of the session. Don't know if I can do that, but I'm the speaker for only a few more hours. So, second, the Senate did not concur on House amendments to Senate Bill 120 and has requested a conference committee to be appointed. House conferees are Representative Sullivan, Chair, Representative Kennedy, and Representative Larson. Members, regarding House Bill 1326, House conferees are Speaker Garnett, Chair, Representative Tipper, and Representative Lynch. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for consideration of conference committee reports.
I do believe that's actually the next thing on the calendar, amazingly enough. Mr. Siebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 110.
Senate Bill 110 by Senators Sonnenberg and Kolker, also Representative Pelton, concerning a requirement that a wind-powered energy generation facility be equipped with light mitigation technology.
Representative Pelton. Members, if you do have one of these, our amazing Robin and desk staff have made scripts, since we don't do these very often, and it'll tell you exactly how to proceed.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Robin, for your awesome work and everybody here on the front desk. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee to SB 110.
That is a proper motion. Any further explanation? You want to talk about what's in it?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. No more discussion.
That's fine. No worries. Question before us is, the motion before us is the adoption of a conference committee report on Senate Bill 110. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Please close the machine. With 63 aye votes, 2 no votes, and 0 excused, the first conference committee report is adopted to Senate Bill 110. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 110 as amended by the conference committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of Senate Bill 110 as amended by the conference committee report. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. You can just call it out. Representative Bacon votes yes. Please close the machine. With 64 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 110 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 21.
Senate Bill 21 by Senators Rodriguez and Lee, also Representatives Benavides and Amabile, concerning the treatment of persons with behavioral health disorders in the justice system and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 21.
That's a proper motion.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
And if I could explain, what we did in the conference committee was to clarify that task force members could serve a maximum of three two-year terms. And there was unanimity on that, so we urge. That's it.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the first conference committee report on Senate Bill 21. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sandridge votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Altorf. Please close the machine. With 47 aye votes, 17 no votes, and 1 excuse, the first conference committee report to Senate Bill 21 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move
For the repassage of Senate Bill 21 as amended by the first conference committee report.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Look at the big
Had a
brain
little
up
bit on
there.
my mind lately. Okay.
It's 'cause I
Mr.
got-
Speaker, I move
it's
for the
'cause I know Jack
repassage
Hunt.
of Senate Bill 21 as amended by the conference committee report.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 21 as amended by the first conference committee report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye votes, 21 no votes, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 21 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 196.
Senate Bill 196 by Senators Gonzalez and Lee, also Representatives Bacon and Benavidez, concerning supporting the health needs of persons who may be involved with the criminal justice system and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay over Senate Bill 196 until later today.
Seeing no objection, Senate Bill 196 will be laid over till later today. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 113.
Senate Bill 113 by Senators Hansen and Buckner, also Representatives Tipper and Bacon, concerning the use of personal identifying data and in connection therewith, creating a task force for the consideration of facial recognition services, restricting the use of facial recognition services by law enforcement agencies, temporarily prohibiting state and local government agencies and schools from executing new contracts for facial recognition services, and making an appropriation.
Representative Tipper and Representative Bacon. Your conference committee reports up. Representative Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 113.
That is a proper motion. Any further discussion?
Can I talk about it? Thank you,
Tipper.
Speaker. In conference committee, we worked on two pretty narrow issues. The law enforcement portion of the bill, thanks to Representative Bacon, we kind of talked through one of the exceptions to the prohibition on the use of facial recognition, and then clarified language that this doesn't apply to the use of facial recognition for government that's trying to like secure entry. So for example, the airport, if they're using facial recognition to ensure that a badged employee is getting access points to secured areas, that's not within the scope of the bill. So we just clarified that that exception applies not just to the airport, but things like Denver Water, other areas. I do use my hands a lot. Ask for a yes vote on this motion.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just want to encourage a yes on this and the bill itself. The sponsors worked really hard to resolve a lot of concerns surrounding this bill, but then also preserving the intent of the bill, which this is something we do need to address to make sure it's not abused. So I urge a yes on the conference committee report and the bill itself.
Thank you, Representative Neville. The question before us is the adoption of the first conference committee report to Senate Bill 113. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sanders, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sanders votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes.
Thank you.
Call it out. Please close the machine. With 58 aye votes, 7 no votes, and 0 excused, the first conference committee report to Senate Bill 113 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 113 as amended by the conference committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of Senate Bill 113 on third reading and final passage as amended by the first conference committee report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sanders, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sanders votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes.
Adrian. McKean. Will you please vote? Please vote.
Please close the machine. With 53 aye votes, 12 no votes, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 113 is repassed as amended by the first conference committee report. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 9. Okay, Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for immediate consideration of the conference committee report on Senate Bill 9.
Ooh, nice move. We will move to immediate consideration of the conference committee report on Senate Bill 9. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of this Senate Bill 9.
Senate Bill 9 by Senators Janal and Heisey, also Representatives Byrd and Benavidez, concerning catalytic converters and in connection therewith, enacting measures to address the theft of catalytic converters.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 009. Basically, we took out the two amendments that had been adopted in the House, and it was a unanimous vote of the conference committee.
See, is there any further discussion? Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They took out the amendments, but they reincorporated them within the text of the bill, so it includes that. It would be a catastrophe if these didn't pass.
Very good. Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first conference committee report to Senate Bill 9. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge is no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 63 aye votes, 2 no votes, and 0 excused, the first conference committee report to Senate Bill 9 is adopted. Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 9 as amended by the first conference committee.
Question before us is the motion to repass Senate Bill 9 as amended by the first conference committee report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 55 aye votes, 10 no votes, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 9 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. The House will stand in recess. We could do tributes. I don't know anything, so don't listen to me. All right. Well, the House will stand in brief recess.
The House will come back to order. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. The Conference Committee on Senate Bill 120 is meeting right now in Senate Room 354.
Thank you. And would you like to make another motion?
Oh, the fun part is we are going to be, I'm moving to stand in recess until they are finished.
Thank you.
The playground is out back there, and they have really, their new slides and swings
Okay, that
for
was
you for
enough.
recess, so it should be fun. I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
Thank you.
There's so much work up
And
here.
seeing no objection to the motion, the House will stand in recess till later today, and we're going to stick around in here for some fun festivities from our caucus chairs. Thank you.
Stay tuned. We are moments away from exciting sentiment and frivolity. First one to see the speaker enter the chamber will win an awesome prize. Representative Benavidez, Representative Patrick Neville, Representative Benavidez, Representative Patrick Neville, please come to the microphone.
Well, thank you, everyone here. I think we are here to do a farewell. I think it's probably the best words, but I hope it's not a farewell for me individually. I know it won't be. The first time I ever met the Speaker of the House was, I was doing, typical me, doing a joke amendment. He had a bill that basically would say that if you declared that you had a syringe on you before a police searched you, that you'd actually get off. And as a joke, I said, well, what if we also define syringe as a gun so that we'd have Constitution carry passed? And I brought it to him very seriously and said, if you accept this amendment, you'll have the full support of my whole caucus. And he immediately looked at me and said, guys, I can't support this. He was very serious. But as we got to know each other better and better, I found out the great sense of humor he has. Right after I won leadership, we sat down and we had beers, and I got to really know the human side of him. It's one of my favorite conversations ever, to sit down and just talk with someone. We actually got to talk about like bigger political things and stuff going on and stuff we didn't like about it, and continue those conversations more and more. And this is tough for me because there's not a person in here that I don't think that I can say has more impeccable integrity and honor than this man, that I disagree with more often than most people. But there's been so many times where when stuff really gets tough, I'll never forget my brother and my friend when COVID hit and we didn't know what was happening, and made a simple phone call to you like saying, I think we need to shut down session. That's never happened before. And 96 hours later, we were doing something unprecedented. And then shortly after that, he called a bunch of people out and organized a big thing to get PPE out, supplies out. And we were at the point literally where hospitals were about to approve handkerchiefs as masks. And so they truly needed it. And when something that big happens, there's no man that I would rather follow than this man here. And I like to say that I would follow him, leave policy out of it, but when stuff gets really tough, there is no other person that I would rather take on the gates of hell with, armed only with a spork. And please, don't red flag me, bro, because I would rather be armed with something much heavier. But if that's all I had, I would take on that battle with him. Truly an amazing man to work with. And I've been struggling through to think about how I would say this, but what I love most about him is how he honors his family through his actions and through his integrity here. And I'm not talking about the Garnett name. I'm talking about how he honors his wife, his kids, and pretty much everyone around him, how he's the example, the steady hand that keeps this moving. And we talk about this institution being more important than all of us, and I think that gets overplayed because this institution is really, it's about us. It's about individuals and people, and he truly cares about every individual and people in person in here. And I've just been totally honored to do all 8 years with him and get to know him and get to call him a friend and a brother, and we can disagree on policy and go battle up here together and go right back to being friends. And I'm glad I got to do it all with you. I'm glad you're the Speaker of the House now, and if I will tell you this, if I have one regret, I should have voted for you, brother. I should have voted for you for Speaker of the House because you have kept this institution together, and I thank you.
I'm not quite sure how I got to be the straight guy in this, but I want to give everybody a sense of what Alex brought to this position. He was first elected in 2014 in House District 2, which you all know, but some of you, I kind of remember him being on a committee, but he was actually on the Finance Committee, the Education Committee, Business Affairs and Labors, and Appropriations. So he sort of knows what all of us are going through all the time, even if it doesn't appear that way. And you all know that he has been, he is a speaker now, but he has also been the assistant majority leader and the majority leader. So he has had to work in all of those roles with each of us. Some of the really important bills that he has worked hard on, and all of us know every time we have a bill, all the stakeholder work and everything we need to do to get something passed. But I'm just going to give you a sense of some of them, so you'll have an understanding of the amount of work he has taken on here in his time in the House. Last year, the transportation bill, Senate Bill 260, as my colleague here mentioned, the red flag bill. Some of you recall sports betting, which provides money for our water plan. He worked with me on inspection of ice facilities. He worked really hard. When I first got here, I didn't realize how stuck this place was on construction defects. First year I was here, he worked on that. He's worked on early childhood education, first with kindergarten and then with preschool, and then also with establishing the department. He also, we mentioned, when we went into sort of lockdown because of the pandemic, we didn't have a way to communicate. I'm sure both of the sides of the aisle were meeting like every day. We were meeting, all of us were learning how to do Zoom and do all of that. But Alec really stepped up and worked with myself and Representative Titone and others on how do we address remote proceedings during the pandemic. And I think all of us have done some of it over this last year and a half and see the benefits of it, and in some ways that we will continue that. And that only touches on, I'm not even mentioning fentanyl, but you'll hear more about that coming up. So, the one thing I've always seen in Alec has been his approach. He sometimes seems a little too laid back, but I think it's because he really is being thoughtful, that he takes the time, as he tells me, to really process, and all that time to maintain a steady hand. I've learned some things from him, and I've worked around a lot of leaders and managers, and he really, really works with all of us. We can all, I'm sure, say he's worked with us to develop creative solutions that really go on both sides. And he's shown that he is able to navigate these very challenging issues. So it has really been a distinct honor of mine and a privilege, and I'm sure all of you, to have Alec Garnett as our speaker. And I believe we have all grown and benefited from his leadership, and I think we'll probably have him on speed dial next year when he's not here. So, I hope you all will join me in not just yet doing an early farewell, because he's got a lot of work for the rest of this evening before. So. This gift is from us all. It's Emily approved. Emily, his wife, approved that because we're told you really like that.
It's wonderful. It's beautiful. Thank you very much.
Let everybody see it.
Oh. Sorry. Sorry. Thank you very much.
And that's the plaque for your service in the House.
Wonderful.
So-
Thank you very much.
And I don't know if you want to say a few
Am I allowed
words.
to talk? Okay, very. Oh, you guys talking?
Is the code rule still relaxed? Well, you're in the well, so. I am in the well. I have to look at Robin. Is code rule still relaxed? He says no.
Didn't I relax it for the rest of the session?
Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Very good. Well, thank you, Representative Neville and Madam Speaker Pro Tem for those kind words. You know, I remember my first or second, I guess my second session where we did this for all of the members who were retiring, and I was sitting back in Dylan's seat, and I remember being like, gosh, that's never going to happen to me. And in 8 short years, in a flash, in a snap, I'm close to being done. And when I look back at everything we were able to do together, you know, I've always approached this institution with, you're never going to remember the bills anyone runs, but you're going to remember how that person makes you feel, and you're going to, you should always try to put the institution first. And every single day, I come in here and I try to put the institution first. I try to set the politics that we wage with each other outside of this building aside to come in and do the work on behalf of the people. And I've always believed the best, most important skill that any of us can have is the ability to listen and bring people together, because if I get too stuck on my idea, then that is going to prevent us from moving forward on the best solution for Colorado. You have to be able to listen to what other people are saying to figure out a way of moving forward. And I've always tried to do that. And it has been an honor of my life to serve in this building in all the roles, especially as speaker. I'm going to miss all of you dearly. I wish you all the very, very best. I want to thank the staff for all of their hard work, and just know that if we can set aside the partisanship that is raging outside of this building, if we can see each other for who we are, then we are going to be doing the people's business the best that we can do. And people were very skeptical if whether or not this group was going to come in this year in an election year and be able to move forward with the decorum that this institution deserves. And I was very hopeful, even though there were some rocky spots last year. But what I'll always say is the second session is better. And the second session is better because we know each other as people more. And it takes, in that General Assembly, it takes that second session for you to look across the aisle and to be like, Representative Woog, I didn't know you last year. I have a much better understanding of who you are as a person, and the number of issues that we see that destruct the decorum of this institution were far, far less. And it's just a reminder that spend the time to get to know each other, spend the time to treat each other as fairly as you can, because that's what the people expect of us. That's how this institution works the best. I am going to sorely miss this. I have no idea where to go on the next step in my life's journey, but thank you for this honor. Thank you for the time, and I love you all very much.
So we're going to have, yes, the vice principal, the principal, what do you guys want to be? Dean of Discipline and athletic director. Sort of stand over. We're going to do a high school graduation-esque for our members that are leaving, despite not being termed out. So if you will, I need help. Okay. You're shaking their hand as they come past you. Okay.
I know, I need to. Where do you want me? Where do you want me?
Yes. Okay. In alphabetical order, if you would come down receive your diploma and shake hands with the administration, and then come over here so that we can razz you. Representative Mark Baisley, come on down. Representative Yadira Caraveo. Representative Lisa Cutter. Representative Tim Geithner. Representative and then you're going over here. Okay.
Thank you. It's a rough go. It's a rough go. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I know you'll be happy. It feels like
You got to get your gift. Then you got to go over there. Representative Ron Hanks. Representative Kyle Mullica. Come on down. Okay. Representative Rod Pelton. Representative Andres Pico. Representative Matt Gray. We're gonna make sure we love on you when we see you next. Cutter. You're supposed to go. Baisley.
Down here. Own him to play.
Representative Janice Rich. Representative Dylan Roberts. Representative Shane Pico. Representative Shane Standridge. Representative Tom Sullivan. Representative Terry Kipper. Representative Van Beber. Representative Van Winkle. Representative Donald Valdez. Representative Dave Williams.
Hello.
I'm going to steal your tie. Another one. Yeah, exactly.
Are you gonna cry too?
See, why are you making everybody cry?
Yeah, whatever. Oh goodness.
Thank you.
Yeah, come on, get over here. We got more people.
We gotta
Where's
switch.
the music? Where's the music?
It's gonna be some 80s songs.
We're just waiting. The door's open.
Get over here.
Get in here, Valdez.
Get over here.
Here we go.
Squeeze in.
Let's get close.
Okay, come on in.
Yes. Oh, get over there.
Get over here. Where are we looking first?
That way.
Okay, over here.
Obviously.
Is Danae coming? Danae. Let's gotta get in here.
Did we get Exum in there? Hey, Rolly, did we get Exum? Cheese.
Now this is not termed out, people. This is just leaving prematurely.
Whoa, pump the brakes.
Graduating early.
That's right, head of the class. Head of the class.
You forgot Dave Williams on this one. Dave Williams, did he not come down or is he not here?
Are we done?
You didn't call him in, he didn't come down.
Thank you.
No, Dave Williams. They might be in conference committee.
So these are the premature.
Test.
Can I have your attention for Representative Herod?
Hey everybody. That was fun. So it's my honor to be able to give this tribute for someone who has served with such distinction. I am here to honor Representative Tony Exum. Representative Exum has served with such distinction. I believe that he has been the moral compass of the I believe that he has been the moral compass of the Black Caucus, but he's also been the moral compass of this body. Whether it's resigning over us for the prayer, offering his gentle guidance and hand and advice, or for me, offering me an apple every morning so I don't get hangry. He really does serve with such distinction. We would be so lucky if we could all serve with the dignity and grace that Representative Exum brings to this chamber every single day. I don't know what else I can say to honor someone who means so much to me as one of my closest confidants and friends, but also someone who has done so much for the state of Colorado and even my home district of Colorado Springs down at Harrison District 2. Tony, you are literally the best man here, one of the best men I know. We love you dearly. We will miss you, but we know you're not going far. So with that, Representative Exum.
So I'm going to take just a minute too, because, well, Tony, I mean, you're El Paso, right? I think that there is one thing that comes to mind that I suspect is that we all share, and you have blessed this chamber truly. Countless prayers that you've offered in this chamber, and the sentiment and the touch that you bring in that capacity, which is much needed. Thank you so much. Truly, you are a gentleman. Everything that Leslie said is absolutely accurate. Look forward to seeing you in and around El Paso County. Thank you, Tony.
Good afternoon, campers. I didn't really prepare any remarks because this morning when I was getting dressed and preparing to come, I was preparing for just another day in the house. And then as I was getting ready to walk out my apartment, it dawned on me, hey, brother, this is the last day. So when I started when I first won the election in 2012 and came here into the House in 2013, it was really overwhelming. I sat on that side over here, about the third row in, second seat in, next to now Senator Pete Lee. It was then Representative Pete Lee. And on one side I had Representative Pete Lee. On the other side I had Representative Salazar. So when I wanted to know, when I was confused about a bill, you know, Representative Salazar would give me the lawyer answer. And then I'd turn to Representative Lee, I says, what does that mean? And he'd give me the layman's terms. And I tell people this all the time, it's really been an honor to serve such a distinguished group of people and this institution. Sometimes along the way, you know, you get frustrated. And many of you know my journey. I'm a retired firefighter. I never thought I'd be into this crazy political world. But I was praying about, and I think I've shared with some of you in the faith community, some that's not in the faith community. In 1993, I was at New Life Church in Colorado Springs, and it was a prophetic conference. Chuck Pierce was the guest speaker. And then if you've ever been to a prophetic conference, which I've never been to one before, until that one in 1993, we went to some breakout rooms. And that's when people pray over you. And so I felt really, really uncomfortable. because all these white folks were circling me. They were praying for me. And then they would stop and somebody would whisper in my ear. They said, I see you as a state official. I see you in city and government. I see you in state government. And I hear what they're saying. And on the inside, I'm going, no, no, Lord, pick somebody else. And that prophetic word I got in 1993. And so fast forward, 2008, the year before I retired from the fire department, I was praying, asking God. I was saying, Lord, this is a good time to retire, but I'm not sure what my next step is. And it was almost like the Lord was speaking to me face to face. And during the prayer, He said, I have not forgotten the word I gave you in 1993. And I'm having this conversation. I said, politics? He said, that's your next assignment. And I'm going, no way. You got to pick somebody else. I don't want to be in politics. Now, I remember the prophetic word I got in 1993. Matter of fact, I still have the tape. And so 2011, I ran for city council, one of the at-large seats. It was 16 of us running for 5 at-large seats. And many of you remember the Doug Bruce group. They were running, 5 of them was running as one. And my goal was to beat them, because I didn't think I was going to get elected. And I came in like tied for 10th. And it was just a bad feeling. And so that was April 2011. In June of 2011, I meet with Pete Lee and a guy named Andy Casa. Many of you know him. His boss is Senator Danielson. And I meet with them, and they said, brother, you got a lot of votes in Southeast Colorado Springs, and we think you could win this race. And I told him no. I said, I had a bad experience. I must have missed the calling. I don't think I can do this. And this is kind of a long story, but I think you'll get the point once and some of you, I've shared this with you. And I want to share this because this is really not something I wanted to do. This is truly God's calling on my life. So 8 months later, Pete Lee is after me. He's calling me every month. I said, brother, I don't want to do it. I don't know anything about politics. And he told me, he said, you don't have to know anything about politics. You have to know about how to serve the people. He said, you're a good servant. You've proven that. And so, long story short, I have another meeting in March of 2012 with some people from the Democrat Party. Andy Casa was in the meeting. Former legislator is Paul Wiseman. Anybody remember Paul? And the local chair of the party. And they're asking me again. Now this is March, the last Thursday in March. And I told them, I gave them the superficial answer. I said, I know you need somebody. I'm going to pray about it, and I'll let you know on Monday. This was a Thursday. So I'm walking across the parking lot, and I'm praying this superficial prayer. I'm asking God. I said, God, if this is something you want me to do, you're going to have to show me, because it's not in my heart. So I get to the car. I don't have money to pay the parking attendant, so I go back to T-Home. I get some money from the ATM. I go next door to Starbucks, and I'm going to call 3 people. My current pastor, my former executive pastor, a good friend of mine, George Houston, We go all the way back to second grade. And the third person I was going to call, or no, my former pastor was Calvin Johnson. My current pastor was Ben Anderson. And so I dial Pastor Calvin's number. I'm in Starbucks. I'm dialing his number, and he walks in the door. He says, "Hey, one of my favorite people in my favorite place." He said, "What are you doing here?" I said, "I'm dialing your number." He said, I met with the party. They want me to run for state representative. I don't know what to do. I need your prayers." And he said, "Brother, we don't need to pray about that." He says, "God is looking for specific people at this specific time to do his specific work. And you're it." He said, "I know you don't consider yourself a leader, but you are." And he gave me a scripture to read. It was Isaiah 64:25. And I'm paraphrasing. But the scripture says that as they were praying, God sent them the answer. So this superficial prayer I was praying as I was walking across the parking lot, because I was literally going to call those folks back on Monday morning. And I'll tell you why that was important. And God sent me the answer in 15 minutes. Because he knew, he said, "You know, you're going to screw this up. I got to get your attention." So Pastor Calvin prays for me. He says, "Hey, I got to get to a meeting," and he points at me. He says, "Call those people back. Tell them that you're in. Call them right now." So I call Andy. He's on his way back to Denver. I say, "Hey, brother, I had a change of heart. I'm in. What do I need to do?" Well, he starts screaming on the phone. And then he stops, and he says, "I thought you were going to pray about it." I said, "I did." I said, "God has a sense of humor, because I was going to tell them no on Monday. The El Paso County Dems Assembly was that Saturday. So Monday would have been too late, and God knew that. So the next day, a lady named Karen Tisha calls me. God rest her soul. She passed away last year. She was my first campaign manager. And that's how I got into this crazy race. And lo and behold, many of you don't know this, but the first person I ran against was a retired police officer. So the media had fun with that, cop versus firefighter. And I won that race by a lot of votes. And then I lost in 2014. Matter of fact, I won by 3,500 votes. Served 13-14, and I lost in 2014 by 289 votes. And I was crushed because I had made it about me and not about the people. And so I was in my third month pity party when my pastor called me. It was January 15th, 2015, and he said, "Brother, I've been praying for you for 2 weeks, and here's the message." He says, "Your pity party is over. This ain't about you." He said, "You got so angry at the people that didn't vote that you forgot about the people that did vote." He said, "And they're expecting you to get back off your duff and get back into the race." And so I got back in the race and won 2016, 2018, 2020. And finally, I will say, I want to share that with you because I wouldn't have chosen this. When I retired, I got my CDL license, and I was going to drive a bus, I was going to drive a truck, because when I retired, I wasn't mad at anybody, and I was just going to do something fun. And God had a different plan. And so here we are at the end of this term. It took me 10 years to serve 8 because I took a hiatus for a couple of years, then I came back. And it was so funny because everybody was saying, "Hey, you're not term limited until 2024 because the clock started over when you lost." Even the Secretary of State had it wrong on the site. And I finally asked Representative Weissman, I said, what does the statute say, brother? And he gave it to me, brought the statute down like he says, if you look at the paragraph, the top paragraph, you could be confused that you could come back. He said, but the bottom, that last paragraph in that statute says, you can run again if there's a 2-year term or a 4-year break. So, you all have become my extended family because I love you all very, very much. You know, we disagree a lot on things, but I know you have a good heart. You're here for the right reasons. And I'm going to miss this place. I'm going to miss your faces. And I don't know what God has in store for me because I was in term limited mode, emotionally, physically, and spiritually. And then I asked God again, I said, what's my next assignment? And the new lines came out for Senate District 11. And I was the only legislator, Democrat or Republican, inside those lines. And he said, is that answer clear enough for you? I said, okay. So I may be back in the lower chamber. But if I'm not, it'll be okay. Because it's been an honor to serve you. And I speak blessings on you. And I love you very, very much. God bless you.
Mr. Speaker.
I am here to talk about Representative Neville. You know, Patrick and I, you heard we came in together, and he was elected minority leader after his first term, which I always thought, as somebody who came in together, I was like, man, that happened fast, and that was a quick rise to leadership. And he worked under a couple of different speakers. And there was one time where there was a resolution on the floor, and this is when we used to do resolutions on the floor, and it's good we don't do resolutions on the floor anymore. I don't like resolutions on the floor. But this one was very, 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 very partisan. And it was meant to be partisan, and it was a surprise, and we introduced it that morning, and we moved it, and we suspended the rules, and we surprised everybody. And then there was an agreement between the minority leader and the majority leader to not have a voice vote. Okay, agreement was made. And then the agreement wasn't kept, and there was a recorded vote. And I watched this room delve into chaos. And Patrick mentioned how when I made it into leadership that we sat down and had a beer together. And after that conversation, it was a very important conversation, we committed to build trust with one another. And trust in this room is hard to build, especially with the other side, especially with opposing leadership roles, because at any moment it can be broken. And once it's broken, it's very, very hard to get it back. And so I started doing this thing once a week where I would, the meeting to go over what was going to happen and the calendar and everything, which never happened between both sides before that, was going to be in his office. So I, with my staff, would walk all the way over to the minority office, and I would eat Jolly Ranchers while I was there. That was before I understood what sugar did to me. And we would talk about what was coming up that week. We do it on Mondays. what was coming up that week, what to expect. And I remember when I decided to let Patrick know that when exactly we were going to bring the red flag bill to the floor. And I gave him like 2 weeks notice. And everyone was like, why would you do that? Why would you give the other side 2 weeks notice to essentially plan and execute an opposition campaign against this bill? And on policy, Patrick and I did not see eye to eye on this bill. And after 1 week, I checked in that next Monday meeting. I was like, can we do this debate in as respectful a way as possible? And Patrick said yes. And I said, how much time do you want to debate? And he said 10 hours. And I said, okay, we're going to do it on Friday. We will clear committee schedules. We'll even break for lunch. But it's going to go 10 hours. And Patrick said it will go 10 hours. We came into the well, and we talked about how the debate was going to be respectful. The debate went exactly 10 hours. And from that moment on, I committed to holding my word with Patrick, and the trustful relationship sort of was built upon that. He made the request. We used to come down here and move special orders without telling the other side what the bills were going to be. And he was like, listen, can't you give Brent, who was here, a heads up about what your special orders calendar is going to be so that we can put together the calendar so our members know like what the bills are and what the blurbs are on the bills? And I was like, oh yeah, we could do that. He's like, that would be helpful. These little things help this institution work better, and these little things were built because of our trustful relationship. And though we never saw eye to eye on a lot of policy, there was one policy we did, which was sports betting. And when we decided to do sports betting together, it was late in session. It all kind of came together. But remember, we had to increase taxes on the casinos, so we had to go to the ballot. And when we went to the ballot, we did the campaign right. We were on TV. You know, we were doing all the cool stuff that no one actually remembers. But as JV junior politicians like we are, we think that's pretty cool. And on election night, the DD is losing. And DD is losing because Larimer County and Boulder County were having trouble with money going to the water plan because they didn't want money going to the water plan. They didn't like some of the projects that were in the water plan. And so there were some very loud voices that were defeating DD in those counties. And I knew the opposition was there. I didn't know they were going to be as successful as they were. And in like the middle of the night, I'm like, is this going to lose? And I looked to the county that hasn't reported as much, and it's Douglas County. And I'm like, oh, we're going to lose. And then I was like, wait, Patrick has been working this thing just as hard as I've been working this thing. And as the night goes on, as the returns are coming in, Douglas outperforms every other county in the rest of the state. And DD passes with 51.4% of the vote. And I'm like, not only am I lucky that Patrick decided to work with me on this, but if we didn't have Patrick, DD goes down, sports betting goes down, the money for the water plan isn't there. But it was amazing. It proved to me how much your community listens to you, cares about you, respects you. And that is what we all strive for in this building. And there are times where, I feel like it works in here, but it doesn't work outside this building. I wish I had as much influence in my community as you do. That is something you should feel so proud of. It is something that we should all strive for. And it is an example of your character, your work ethic, and it's certainly been an honor to serve with you. And I look forward to our friendship continuing. And the last thing I'll say is, I was in a very dark place a couple weeks ago, very, very dark. And Patrick texted me, and he just asked what was wrong, and he started pinging me on some very nice but probing questions the way a friend does. And I was able, through those text messages, to identify what was really, really holding me down. And the next morning, I was able to let it go and realize where I was wrong. But that's just what friends do. I never imagined we were going to get to that point at the beginning of our 8 years together. It's been an honor to be your friend, to work with you in this building, and I look forward to that friendship growing.
Well, it's been a long 8 years. I've lost a lot of battles. But I do want to say that what I'm most thankful for is how this job has brought me closer to my walk with Christ and has made me lean on Christ more and more. And part of that, I definitely have to thank, I'm sure they're not watching, but maybe they'll listen later, but my wife and family. So my wife, to get into this, there was a lot of people who pushed me, and the long story short is there were a bunch of signs from God that this is where I needed to be. And it wasn't until I was sitting in, it's funny that the speaker mentioned Brent, because I was actually sitting in Brent's church, and Brent was giving this 4-week sermon on Nehemiah about how you need to step up to do what's right for your country if that's what you're being called to do. And at the final sermon, my wife's sitting there like nudging me saying, "Are you listening yet, dummy? You need to run for office." And so I jumped in, and obviously a lot of the policy stuff didn't work out the way I hoped it would, but I've made a lot of deep connections and friends and gotten closer to Christ. And it's not been easy. There's been threats against my family. My little kids have had to go through a lot, being criticized at school, practically being bullied at school because of my positions, but I hope that gives them a sense of fortitude in their lives, that you can believe in something but still not be a jerk about it. And I hope that I've done that well here, trying to believe in something, obviously having true policy disagreements. But I've had developed some great friendships here. I'm very thankful for that. I mean, there's been people on my side of the aisle that I'm incredibly thankful for that have helped me through some crazy situations. And folks on the opposite side of the aisle too, where you gave me a new way of thinking about something that we can move forward. And so thank you. It's been a trying 8 years for sure in my position, but I will say that I'm very thankful for this. God has put me in this place, I think, for the reason of building me closer to Him and being more trusting in Him. When I first came in, I was that typical, male that's, I've got this all on my shoulders, I got this, I don't need anyone else. And I've realized I need to lean on God a lot more. And so I think it was actually Representative Ortiz that texted me during committee one time, saw me reading the Bible, and he said, "Are you deep religious?" And at that point I realized I failed. Like, if he didn't know that, that's what I want to leave you with. Yes, I am deeply religious, and I do my best to walk with Christ, but I fail every day, and I would encourage you all to do the same. Truly, that is what keeps me motivated, keeps me going, and I know at the end of the day, the book is written. He has won. He will win. And so regardless of what happens in here, we have Him. And so thank you all, and God bless.
Representative Kennedy.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to give some remarks for my good friend Susan Lontine today. So Representative Lontine and I met when we were both legislative aides here in 2011. I was working for a House member that she had previously worked for before she went over to be an aide in the Senate. And I had some challenges trying to figure out exactly how to best serve this particular legislator. And I leaned very heavily on Susan to help me learn the ropes and figure out how to meet the needs of this legislator. And over the course of that year, we got to be good friends. So it was my pleasure when I was off working in campaign land to see her get elected to the House in 2014, knowing that I would be likely planning to follow her 2 years later. And we've been working together on health policies and a number of other things ever since. Susan, when I asked members who've known her well what words they would use to describe her, the three that came up most often were fearless, thoughtful, and passionate. Representative Lantine has been one of our leading voices on a variety of issues here at the Capitol, whether it be healthcare issues where she's led the fight on comprehensive sex ed, the regulation of freestanding emergency departments, expanding telehealth programs in Colorado. She's also been a champion for immigrant rights, working on a variety of different issues. She was very persistent on leading the charge on an inclusionary zoning bill. She's been a leading voice on workplace harassment as well as school discipline. That's a pretty good record for your 8 years here, all the bills you've passed, Representative Lantine. I think that, I've seen the way that you fight for things you believe in. I've seen the way you rally people behind you and work hard to solve problems. You are an incredibly hard worker. You've dedicated yourself very thoroughly during the 8 years here to make a huge difference for the people of your district and for the people of Colorado, and the state is a better place because of your service. On top of all the work you've done, it's just been a pleasure to know you. I will always remember your laugh and the things that make you laugh. I think that the way you lead a committee, the way you help us all find the humor in things is such a big part of what has made the Health Committee successful over these last 4 years, and has been a major part of what I will always remember about this place. So thank you so much for your service to the state of Colorado. Representative Lantine.
Wow, I don't even know what to say. Like Rep Exum, I got up this morning and I was just getting ready for a regular day, and then I'm like, oh wow, today's my last day serving, and it's kind of unbelievable. I remember when I was first elected and we'd hear from those who'd been here a while, and they'd say, it goes by really fast. And I didn't realize how true that was, because it has gone by really, really fast. Rep Escar, Majority Leader, Speaker Garnett, Representative Neville, Representative Carver, Representative Van Winkle, Representative Ransom. We all came in at the same time, and it seems like just yesterday. I have met a lot of wonderful people. I've learned a lot of things. I've got to see amazing things happen here in this very building, and I'm so grateful for all of that. And I feel like I've grown so much from where I was then to where I am now, and all because of all the amazing people I have met on both sides of the aisle. While we don't always disagree with things, I still appreciate all the friends I've made over here, and appreciate all the insights they've given me and the fun we've had. I mean, I've had some fun with these guys. They're a lot of fun. I've especially enjoyed having Representative Neville join us on the Health Committee. It's been a ton of fun, and it's been interesting to hear your voice in that committee. I guess I'm just really grateful to have been able to serve Colorado. It's been an honor to serve my district and to serve the state. And I really, really am so grateful to know you all and love you all. So thank you so much for your honor today. And I can't wait to see what's in here. So, thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
That's it. It was the artillery. I totally did not hear that. My wife is standing at the window, and she can attest to the fact that I am incredibly hard of hearing sometimes, and I know it's frustrating. So I'm up here to talk about Terry Carver. El Paso would not be El Paso, quite frankly, without Terry Carver. And I've said this before, our districts, we have the northern portion of El Paso because where her Palmer Lake connects with Monument. When it comes time for us to do, town halls and whatnot, it's very often that you'll find Terry and I together with the esteemed Senator Paul Lundeen. And I remember at a recent one, before the session started, and it was the first time it really had dawned on me. I was like, wow, the chamber is losing one of the best minds that I know that it has had for the last 8 years. And I remember even before I came to this chamber, I knew the reputation that is you, Terry. And I just wanted to take a minute to say that that's going to be a big position to fill. In this chamber, I know for certain that you carry a level of respect where we all look to you as not just a legal mind, but your professional attitude. You are fierce, and we all know that, and sometimes fierceness does come in small packages, but you definitely embody that. I don't know what else to say other than just the wisdom that you bring, your ability to talk through a complex problem, even when there's seconds to talk about it, and to leave those that are a part of that conversation saying, that does make sense. I don't know how the chamber moves on without you. You are a breath of fresh air in this body. It has been a tremendous privilege and honor to get to know you, to get to work alongside you, to be in the trenches with you. I look forward to seeing you in El Paso. I know that there's much more that the book on Terry Carver and your leadership role is not closed. And I look forward to seeing what else is next. Whatever that may be, and please know that if there's ever any way that I can be of assistance to you, I am happy to do that. You are a friend, you are a mentor, you are all of those things. We love you, and we appreciate everything that you have done, not just in this chamber, but for people all across this state. You have left an impact, and you will certainly be missed. But thank you so much, Representative Terry Carver.
Ditto, Tim. It has been a joy to do this job, to represent the people in my district, and an honor to serve with you. And quite frankly, anytime the politics start getting in the way of doing what's right, what I do is I go out and I walk neighborhoods, and I just start knocking on doors. Political registration doesn't matter. And when I talk to people and say, where are we failing? What do we need to do in Colorado to make this a better state, a more just state, a state with more opportunity for everybody? That fills me with purpose, and I'm going to miss that, and I will miss you.
Representative Van Winkle.
If somebody could find Kim Ransom, that would be very helpful to honoring Kim Ransom. So, okay.
Don't go too far, Representative.
Well, I think we're doing a quick audible here, so I'm going to talk about my good friend, my dear friend, Kevin Van Winkle. When I first met Kevin, it was actually it wasn't public that I was running or anything, but he had heard through the grapevine that I was running too, and I heard that he was running, and at the time he was just a small town taxidermist. Yep. And like a lot of people may not know, but his business has been he's had to sacrifice his major business, and he's a very, very talented taxidermist. So it's kind of it's inside baseball knowledge, but truly, Kevin is one of those guys that really digs into issues. I'm a big fault at this. Like, I dig into issues that I'm interested or passionate about. Kevin is truly that statesman that finds that void, that issue that maybe just lacks the expertise in this chamber and fills that void. I mean, I can look at something like, I can probably guarantee you that Kevin has never ever used cannabis in his entire life. And yet he is probably the biggest expert in this chamber and the lower chamber on cannabis tax policy issues. This guy has like a deep knowledge of all those different issues. And then to watch how crazy hard he works on all these different bills. I thought I was working really hard on one specific bill this year, but I guarantee you, Kevin has done that probably at least 40, 50 times more on different issues, and is truly what makes a statesman. So we have some major things that he's been able to accomplish. And I know when I was minority leader and he became the assistant minority leader, I could not have had a better friend, a better confidant ever. I mean, the guy was incredibly supportive through personal issues, through policy issues. I'm good at being the tip of the spear sometimes, as some people might know, but Kevin could kind of bring me back and bring me back to reality. But I will say, what I respect most about Kevin is he is truly a brother in Christ. And I know that. I know that deep in his heart. I know deep in his heart he wants to do right by Christ, give Christ the glory, and truly brings honor to his family. And I'll say this, might be the biggest compliment I can give, but if I had to pick anyone in this chamber, that if I were to die today, and so did my wife, and I had to pick someone in this chamber to give my kids to that could actually raise my kids the same way I would raise them, it'd be Representative Van Winkle. And so I'm truly blessed and amazed to have served these past 8 years with you, and you're going to go on to do great things in the lower chamber, and I'm glad you're going to do it because I don't want to. But you're going to do amazing things, and you're going to honor him every step of the way. Thank you, brother.
Boy, I really hope Joe Neville heard that about the kids. Thank you, members. And you may not have seen the work ethic, but honestly, it's because I've never been the smartest person, really, at anything. I've never been the best speaker, certainly not in this world. There's so many just amazing, talented speakers that I look at around here that God, I wish I could be more like that, but I'm not. And so something I learned from hockey many years ago is I don't always have to be the best player on the ice. I can just have ridiculous work ethic and just outwork all my competition, whether definitely on the ice rink, and it makes up for a lot of faults. Spend a lot of time tired, but never stop when you're tired, stop when you're done. And it's been a lot of big ups and downs over the last 8 years. I can't believe it's been 8 years when Kim and Patrick and I came in from Douglas County. There were some very tough times. The past election was very tough. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Garnett. I really appreciate that. Truly, when I ran for office, I didn't have kids. And so it was like, okay, bring it on, attack me, like that's fine. But it's just so different to be in a heated battle when you have kids in the house, and just very different. I think if I had run for office after I had kids, I probably just wouldn't have run for office. But it's been one of the greatest pleasures and honors of my life because I get to serve the people in my district who are the people I literally grew up with, the streets I grew up on and learned how to ride my bike on. And the schools I went to for kindergarten on up are the schools I serve now. One of the hardest moments of my legislative career that really changed the path and trajectory
everything policymaking. You know, I ran for office to free people from overtaxation and overregulation. And suddenly I'm on the finance committee, and the finance committee oversees Department of Revenue and Marijuana Enforcement Division. And I have to learn marijuana policy from nothing. And so I had no choice but to dig into it and figure out what was going on, because of course Dan Pabon was there, and he was trying to run mental gymnastics around me on marijuana policy, and I just couldn't have that for very long. So finally did the research and dug into it. But also something that we had a school shooting in my district, and Kendrick Castillo was killed, and it was one of the it was one of the hardest days, definitely for my neck of the woods, and it's completely changed the trajectory of my career and my path in my life. And I'm so honored to be friends with John and Maria Castillo now, and they're very good people. And I didn't know what to do afterwards, and Representative Michelson Janae and I got together, and we just started working on it, one meeting at a time, one day at a time, and it turned into hours and hours and days and weeks. And we'd have a 8-hour meeting, but we'd have 20 hours of outside meetings and work, and try and just figure out what has happened since Columbine, and why have we not solved this problem yet? What can we do? So school safety's definitely been there. Representative Weissman, it's been an honor working with you on creating the first new judicial district in 60 years in the state of Colorado. A lot of people didn't think it could be done, but we came together. And thankfully, because Representative Weissman, we rushed that bill through so fast that it actually beat the COVID shutdown, which is just a miracle. I could tell stories about working with each and every one of you, and you know who you are. And at the end of the day, it's the friendships that I'll hold forever. Not that many people get to be here. It feels not that many people ever get to sit in these chairs. We're very special, not because we're special, but because we were called to be here. And it feels like darn luck, but it's the luckiest darn thing that's ever happened to me. I love the friends I've made here. And I hope you'll call me a friend for many, many years to come. Thank you so much, and God bless the House. Thank you, Robin. You've been amazing these 8 years. I knew Robin before I got elected, but God bless each and every one of you. Mine.
Do, 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 do. Little harp action. Okay.
Well, I'm very sorry, members. You have to hear from me twice. That's really terrible. But I'm here to honor the great Representative Kim Ransom of Douglas County. I first got to know Kim really in 2014. I was spending the year running for office alongside a gentleman named Jack Hilbert. He was running to replace Chris Holbert, and I was running to replace Frank McNulty, a very little-known representative. He's usually very quiet. He's a shy guy, clearly. But our districts were side by side. Jack Hilbert's, or the one that Jack Hilbert was running to, we were one community for a long time until Lone Tree became a city, and it kind of put a line between the districts. But days before ballots were being printed, that gentleman who I'd been running for office with for over a year decided to step down and surprise everyone. So a small vacancy committee had to be held, and Kim Ransom answered that call. Even before then, many people in Douglas County knew who Kim Ransom was, and I believe at the time she probably referred to this state house as a brood of vipers, right, Kim? Brood of vipers, sorry. But kidding aside, Kim was generally known as very family-centered, incredibly passionate about her 5 kids. And we knew that she was a follower of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ because she told everyone. Once elected, she put her passions and principles on the front line. She hid them from no one. Unflinching and unwavering, she has been a champion for the most important issues of our day. Issues like life, educational freedom, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, liberty, God, and so many more. She's an amazing mom who's raised 5 kids, was a champion for medical freedom before it was cool, warned us about an inflation bomb years ago. I think she started doing that in her first year here. And on, she has shared her wisdom. But in recent years, of course, she's been on the Joint Budget Committee, and I'd leave often from an interim committee or something late at night, and she'd be walking to her car after long days in the JBC with binders and binders. I'll never forget Kim. She's always got a binder. Like, what? It must be crazy over there. But I do believe that she went home, got dinner, and read every single page of those binders. I have no doubt. Her work ethic is second to none. And by the way, members, she is absolutely right about zero-based budgeting. She's given that speech a few times. It's very worth listening to. But she's also known in the JBC as breaking the JBC traditions and mold. She's simply votes no when it matters most. We often hear about 5-1 votes or one key co-sponsor is happening to be missing from the bill, and we, at least on this side of the aisle, know that something is amiss, something is wrong with whatever that topic is. We all need to learn to say no, and Kim's been a leader in saying no. If you try to make her follow the mold, she'll say no. Mess with her friends, no. Mess with her principles, no. And mess with her kids, then hell no. It's powerful and simple. It's just one word, but in the last words, she said no, perhaps almost more than anyone. Sometimes at 3 and 4 in the morning, sometimes after a 24-hour debate. And really, when we first came in, I was struggling at first, but she made it look so easy. And I often wondered if it was because of her past. She's told stories to many of us about some of the trouble she's had in her past. I know she unexpectedly lost her husband and was raising kids, working, and it's just always left me in awe, the story of Kim Ransom. Her tireless work ethic, deep love of family, and her servant's heart. I'm just so very thankful that she answered the call, and in doing so, she reminds us every day, and I'll remind you now, that your heart, your life, your happiness, it's your responsibility and your responsibility alone. You're not a victim, you are enough. Life is tough, and Kim's had some great moments, and I know she's had some tough times, but she's got this, and we can get, if Kim can do it, anyone can do it. And with Jesus Christ, anything is impossible. So I'll end with a quote from Kim. Kim says, and she didn't give this to me, I stole this from her. I have dedicated my life to serving others, and I strive every day at the Capitol to represent you, your family, and your values. Well, Kim has done exactly that. Well done, good and faithful servant. This house and the whole state of Colorado is better thanks to your incredible hard work these last 8 years. And on a personal note, I am so thankful and thank God that you answered that call 8 years ago out of the blue.
And while she's walking up, I'm going to break the rules really quickly and just say very clearly, the most conservative and the most courageous member of JBC in the history of Colorado. God bless Kim Ransom.
I'm not sure how to follow that, guys. Exhaustion, 10 hours of sleep in 6 days is really not a good time to come up and talk. You guys, do any of you want to get really nervous? Halloween story? Think of what I could have done here if I'd ever been in the majority. Elections have consequences.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Is that it? Okay. All right. I'll try not to fall apart up here, but I am really honored to be able to share a few words today about the incomparable Majority Leader. Because I'm not the only person in this body, in this chamber, that has had the honor to serve with, work with, fight with Majority Leader Escar. Fight with, against, all the things, right? I thought I would ask some of the other members and staff for some words to describe this amazing woman. And here they are in a great word salad. Pueblo, 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 Pueblo. Pueblo, 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 State Fair, Pueblo. We'll get there, we'll get there. Representative Escar, Madam Majority Leader, she is the courageously relentless, brusque, little fireball who is dedicated, smart, and fierce, an advocate. She is as fiery as the Pueblo Chiles with her tenacity, determination, and persistence. She will give you that withering stare until you show up at that state fair. Although she is small in stature, people agreed she is a fierce, strong, and feisty, showing unapologetic leadership. Some might have described her as stubborn, scary, and intimidating. But that is only if you got in her way of the work that was so incredibly important to her. And this is a direct quote, that she shows how much she cares for state employees. We know your passion. We know your passion will follow you on your next journey. And I know that Marlo is incredibly lucky to be raised by her moms, Heather and Danae, Representative Escar. I have to tell a quick story of how I first learned about Representative Escar. I was in a class learning how to run for office because I never thought I would do it, but I was in a class and I remember a former state representative, the Honorable Bree Buenteo, who was like, she is amazing. She fights for Pueblo. And we watched this video of Representative Escar giving a speech, and I was in awe. I was like, I could never do that. And that's probably your first year. But it just showed how you were ready to fight, and ready to fight for people who couldn't, have a voice themselves. Majority Leader, you are one bad, and I won't say the word, but I'll say donkey because it actually works pretty well. But the other word is one bad. You got it? You got it? I know personally I've learned so much from you. When you and I both were elected into leadership, the first conversation we had, you said, I want to be a team. Let's do this together. And I want to make sure that I'm also helping you to grow. That just speaks great amounts to how willing you are to help mentor and bring others up. I've seen you take on motherhood. Being pregnant in this chamber is no joke. And I know there are other
representatives here who have gone through that, and I admire you. I tell my husband every day, I don't think I could have done that. I was a caseworker when I was pregnant. I don't think I could be a legislator and be pregnant. But you've taken it on. And I know you're joining the ranks of many others who have done that same work. I just want to thank you for your service, Madam Chair/Vice Chair of the Joint Budget Committee, Madam Majority Leader, State Representative Danae Escar.
Thank you. I don't want to repeat a lot of what some of my term-limited folks have already said, but literally got in the shower this morning, and it wasn't until I was walking to my car, and I was like, oh, this is that day. I was never supposed to be here. Some of you may know my first career, I was a television news producer. You're not supposed to have a political side, right? I wasn't into politics. In fact, politics really kind of disgusted me, to be honest. Didn't really pay a whole lot of attention to politics. And it wasn't until about 10 years in to my career, I started my coming out journey, my coming out story. Not a lot of people at work knew that I had come out as a gay woman because that was my private life. And again, I wasn't political, so it wasn't a big deal. It was the first time that California actually approved gay marriage. And whether you're for gay marriage or against gay marriage, it was a news story. So I ran the story, only to get called into my news director's office after and started getting quizzed about my newsworthy intentions and why would I run that story. And oh, by the way, I've been hearing the rumors. That was the first time I realized I really needed to start paying a little bit more attention to politics because it was going to impact my life as I decided to open up my life and move on with my journey. Needless to say, I realized at that point that I needed to find different employment, and I started working at CSU Pueblo with Student Life. And I gotta tell you, those college students inspired me to dig in deeper and look at the world in a different way. Started doing a lot of great work with the students there, from the LGBT clubs to all the different clubs that happen on campus, and watching them really stand up and fight and advocate for their communities. And I realized I needed to start doing some of that work. And later became a community organizer for a progressive coalition that existed here, a statewide coalition in Colorado, where my job actually was amazing. I got to organize people on the ground to come here to this building and testify and lobby and to really fight and advocate for what they needed for their communities. This whole time, right, teaching people how to hold their elected officials accountable, how to email them and call them and talk to them and make meetings with them and make sure that their votes were the votes that they needed for their communities. Never, ever would I have imagined the years I've spent outside of that window looking in or in this gallery looking down that I would be here. I didn't want it. I didn't like politics. I loved the policy and wanted to make sure that we had people to work on good policy. When then Representative Leroy Garcia announced that he was running for the Senate seat, I got to action in my community. I started talking to folks, trying to find someone to fill his spot. And the more conversations I started having with the people in my community, the more they started pointing the fingers back at me. And I gotta tell you, I don't think I honestly would have considered it if it wasn't for my wife. She pushed me and said, "Why not you?" And I said, well, Pueblo's never had a openly gay person run for office, let alone do this. I don't like politics. I just want to do good policy. She said, Danae, you want things to be ran by people who care about the people. Why wouldn't you do this? So I jumped in 2014, and I made a lot of promises to the people of Pueblo that I would bring their voice here and I would fight for them and I would do everything I can to make sure that folks outside of Metro Denver, no offense, love you all, we're heard and we're taken care of in all the communities that I represent. So when it came time now for then President Garcia to announce his departure and knowing that that seat was going to be available, I got a lot of pressure to keep moving on, to go to that Senate. But life has changed for me. These 8 years have been phenomenal, have been amazing. Inside this building, I have done things I never thought I would ever do. I helped repeal Gallagher. I helped change the, hey, it was, the reason I bring that up is because it's something they said would never happen. We wouldn't get there. We changed the way we talk about mill levies. We've gotten, whether you appreciate it or you don't appreciate it, collective bargaining for state employees that they were working on for 12 years. I did the things that I promised my constituents and my voters I would do, and the whole time I did it with the voice of Pueblo behind me. I'm proud of that. I'm proud of the work I've done. I'm proud of the work I've accomplished. And I can walk away today and feel good about that and know that I served my community like we all do. I did what they sent me here to do. I don't really honestly know what's next for me, but I'm darn sure excited that that includes a little 9-month-old who I'm a little attached to. Coming back after being able to be home with her was really hard the first few months I was here. I'm just excited to get to see the world through her eyes and to explain to her how amazing it is that there are people who come here every single day and sit in these seats. No matter how we believe or what we think, we all have the same core drive to make this state a better place. And for that, I'm going to forever be grateful to have been a part of. The friendships I've made in this room, I hope and I pray continue. It's kind of like high school, right? Like we're graduating and hopefully you keep in touch, but I really truly hope we all keep in touch. You know, I know for a fact the minute my time is over, nobody's going to care who I am and nobody's going to know him. They don't anyway. Let's be real. Nobody outside of this building knows who we really are, right? But I hope the people inside this room, I hope we remember each other. And I hope we can connect. And I am not done with policy work. I don't know what that looks like next, but I believe that truly is my drive and my calling. And so I might still be calling on some of you to advocate for things that I think are important. And I hope that that's okay with you all. I truly, truly feel like this has been the honor of my life, to be able to serve the people of Colorado, make the friendships I've made in this building on both sides of the aisle. That's been most important to me. And to get the work done because the people of Colorado absolutely deserve it. And I just want to thank you all for doing the work you do every single day as well. God, I'm going to miss some of you. I'm going to miss this place, and I'm going to miss not only those of you sitting in these seats, but those of you sitting in the seats behind me, over on the sides here, the ones that are downstairs, probably still scrambling to make sure everything we've done in the last few days is in line. Amazing, amazing people who all are serving this great state of Colorado, and I will always, always be indebted and never, ever forget my piece, my tiny little piece of this entire puzzle and how we've been able to move things forward. I wish all of you nothing but the absolutely very best in whatever's next. If it's coming back here again next year, good luck. If it's moving on to something else, best of luck. But I know we say it a lot. It truly has been an honor to serve with you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So a little birdie told us that Majority Leader Escar wanted her chair, which apparently all of you can put in for. So we've put a ribbon around your chair, and that's our gift to you. And Representative Kennedy has another fun tidbit.
So I got this copy of Colorado Politics at my house earlier this year, and it gave me this idea because seeing Majority Leader Escar with this picture on the floor where she is pumping food for her child in the middle of our 27-hour fight that we had was pretty inspiring to me, and I thought it would be so cool for her daughter to see that that was what she was doing at this point in her life. And, you know, I actually tried to get in touch with Heather to get a picture of her too, because the work Heather's doing in healthcare is so inspiring as well. Turns out she doesn't have any pictures of herself on Instagram in her nursing stuff. Sarah even was trying to help me track it down. But I just wanted to read to you what we wrote. This is a note to Marlo. Marlo, your moms are both amazing. In the first year of your life, Heather worked hard to provide great health care to people during the worst pandemic of our lifetimes. Danae led a fight to protect your right to reproductive health care while making your food at the same time. We thought this would show you just how lucky you are to have these two incredible moms.
So it occurred to me that you might want to know what's in the box, and that is a tribute to Walton Levi. Walton Levi is the only person in Pueblo you've not done a tribute for yet. So you might want to give it to him when you get home.
So until further notice, if you would just talk amongst yourselves, take pictures, have some fun, and we will reconvene when the Majority Leader... We're going to get going pretty soon, so don't go far, please. And then you can cut the mic.
Members, we'll briefly come back to order. Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Members, the Conference Committee on House Bill 1326 will meet at 6:30 p.m. in House Committee Room 112.
Thank you, Madam Assistant Majority Leader. And before you do that, Mr. Shebo, can you read the Conference Committee reports?
To the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Let's
the first conference.
bury those in the journal. So, Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
You've heard the motion and see no objection. The House will stand in recess until later today.